Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Council Chambers on this beautiful May 11th. As you can see outside, it is looking nice. The streets are a little bit sandy and gravelly, but please be patient, especially those people that are anxious to get on with their motorbikes and stuff. It is still a little bit hazardous there, so if you're riding a motorbike, be careful. But our sweepers are out. In terms of priority, they usually do all the arterial collector roads before they go to the subdivisions. So you'll probably see them on the main roads the last couple weeks, and they'll be finishing those up here soon, and then they'll be heading into the residential roads shortly after. Members of Council, there's an agenda before you. Administration, anything to add to the agenda?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing to add.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor for the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council adopt the May 11th, 2026 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Okay, moving on with agenda number 3 is the public input session. So this is the time that we allow residents, stakeholders, and anybody else to talk to council on any issue that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody signed up to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay, thank you. Since nobody signed up, does anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to number 4 is presentations and delegations. We have nothing scheduled tonight. And moving on to number 5 of our agenda is statutory public hearings. We have 2 tonight. The first one is the Adam Creek Business Park Area Structure Plan, and the second one is the Land Use Bylaw Update. So we'll start with 5.1. Again, since this is a statutory public hearing, there are certain things that we have to adhere to meet the municipal government standards. So how it goes is I will call the public hearing to order. Then we'll have administration make the presentations. And then after that, we'll have the opportunity for the applicant to make any comments to council. And then after that, we'll have all those that are in favor of the proposed bylaw change. Then after that, we have all those that are not in favor of the bylaw change. And then last, we'll have all those that wish to make a general comment about the bylaw change. And once that's all completed, the applicant has the opportunity again to address council one last time. And after each one of those sections, council can ask and will ask for questions for clarity and understanding regarding what was presented to them. And then, since this is a statutory public hearing, if all questions and answers can be directed through me as the chair, so that way I'll kind of point to where the questions go, and if the answers need to be added by certain administration or by a presenter. Okay, with that, I'll declare where's it? I gotta find my papers. Yeah. All right, so that I will declare the bylaw 2734/DNP/26/ Adam Creek Business Park Area Structure Plan. Public hearing started. Go ahead, administration.
Good evening, Your Worship, and all of council. This is the public hearing presentation for bylaw 2734, DNP 26 for the Adam Creek Business Park Area Structure Plan. So to begin with, our land use planning framework in Stony Plain. This here is in the middle tier, the neighborhood design, underneath the municipal planning, and before we get into anything regarding land development. In terms of the location of this area structure plan, it's in the northeast corner, comprising 3 separate quarter sections overall in terms of the area shown as purple, kind of highlighted here with the laser pointer on the screen. Getting into our municipal development plan and how it aligns with that, you can see the area is the employment area. So again, predominantly the area structure plan has land uses that orientate with a land use employment use. So getting into the details of the area structure plan itself, there's 4 different land owners for this area. There's the blue, the red, the purple, and the green. The red and the purple are non-participating areas or landowners. To provide regional context surrounding the area, starting on the south is Highway 16A. There's the South Business Park, predominantly commercial, high density, and other forms of mixed use in that area structure plan. Kind of kitty corner here to the southeast is the east boundary area structure plan, which has a commercial site and some areas, this is the wetland area, if people are familiar with that, on the south side of 628, just before you go into Spruce. Boundary Road, Boundary Road here bounds, I'll say, Spruce Grove, and there's both the west central and the west area structure plans in Spruce Grove. Again, along the highway, there's commercial. To the north, it's predominantly residential with some institutional and some other park space, some high density kind of right against the border. This continues northward. Directly north of the plan area is the 5th Meridian Area Structure Plan, which is an area that has mainly estate residential and other kind of open space planned for. Back within the town of Stony Plain to the west, you can see an area here that is the town's dog park area ultimately. And then the surrounding areas that have already been generally built up are purple, which is business commercial areas. In terms of the proposed concept plan, trying to match that business commercial, or in this case, business industrial uses, are shown here in the southeast quarter predominantly on the west side of Adam Creek, which again is this area here of green. On the east side, between there and Boundary Road, there's an area of mixed use, including a small little sliver for a special study area. Again, this is an area due to the realignment of McLeod Avenue in Spruce Grove. The road here was pushed slightly north into a wider area of the Adam Creek floodplain. And ultimately, there's some potential there when the road is put in to explore some potential increase in the developable area. Moving into the northwest quarter section, this includes an area that is more industrial with some areas of business industrial along the edges here. These are predominantly on the northern part of town. To the west there, again, you've got the dog park, some other municipal land, as well as Border Paving's aggregate site. In the northeast areas, northeast quarter section of the area structure plan, we have a shadow plan area denoting an area that was planned for at a servicing level and considered for transportation and servicing requirements. Some indications in terms of where potential future utility or park spaces are, and ultimately is not part of the plan in terms of distinguishing what land uses would go there, but again, had to be considered so that it could be developed from a comprehensive standpoint. Getting into some of the specific plans within the area structure plan from a transportation standpoint, main points of access are off of 28th Street or through 28th Street off of Highway 16A. If you go up North Park Drive, that there would come into the plan here, would follow through into what would be McLeod Avenue in Spruce Grove. Ultimately, 28th Street would come up into the shadow plan area, and then over in the northwest quarter section, you've got a continuation of Boulder Boulevard potentially, and what is Keystone Drive, which is between the Alliance Church and Energy Crane, just for reference points. Ultimately, that forms a collector network. Some dotted lines here kind of show a potential proposal for where those collector roads could be within the other. But again, that is to be determined once the detailed studies and the future applications brought forth to develop that out. In terms of the park and open space, predominantly it's along the two creeks. So Adam Creek is on the, I'll say the southeast area here, predominantly adjacent to Boundary Road. Flowing slightly, well, northward, but ultimately a little bit towards the east into Spruce Grove. The other creek present is Whispering Waters. This comes in just north of the Storm Pond and then flows northward, and eventually, once it gets into Parkland County, it eventually flows into Adam Creek as a tributary. Other areas shown on here are potential along utility right-of-ways that may have the potential for park space. predominantly along some of the blue areas, which are stormwater management ponds or suggested areas for those. In terms of the sanitary servicing, each quarter section's shown to be serviced independently. So again, in the southeast, it would flow along the collector roads, downward into the east sanitary trunk, which continues to flow all the way into the regional line at this point here. Predominantly, and again, just as a conceptual level, showing that there is a potential for sanitary servicing within the shadow plan area to also link up with that east sanitary trunk. And what's proposed is that the northwest quarter section here, that this sanitary would flow westward into the central trunk or directly into the commission's regional trunk, which borders the northern part of the plan area, as well as a little bit to the west. In terms of the water, water looping is the key part here. So along all major collector roads as proposed, there is water looping proposed along those, showing out into kind of the edge here on the plan on the eastern side, but ultimately looping within the plan area and into the areas that the town already has water looping. From a storm servicing perspective, again, each quarter section is intended to be serviced separately. So there's a large stormwater pond here in the southeast. Again, the stormwater servicing would flow along the collector roads into that pond, eventually going into Adam Creek, once retained in that pond for a series of time. And the same thing in the north, except northwest here. There's two ponds in this case. Again, the water would flow along the collector roads into the pond, be retained, and then would go into Whispering Waters Creek. Again, at a conceptual level, the intent here is the same thing would happen into the northeast there. Ultimately, there would be a stormwater pond located somewhere, again, proposed here, but it could be at a different location depending on how this would be brought back at a future time. And ultimately, that there would drain into the Adam Creek. I will note the area to the east side of Adam Creek in the southeast quarter section is intended to be retained a little bit different, not necessarily in a storm pond, but would be handled through restrictions going into the flow, either on site or within the pipe structure themselves. Again, additional details would be fleshed out as either a rezoning amendment would come through for the land use bylaw for redistricting, and then subsequent subdivision and detailed engineering drawings. In terms of the development staging, given that there's two predominant quarter sections here that would start, they've kind of been split. So you have a an A1, A2, A3, A4, kind of showing how the southeast area structure plan would develop. And then as we get into the northwest, showing it would likely come from the west side here with B1 and then continue into B2. Getting into some of the advertisement for this public hearing, it was posted on the town website. We did a mail out, a notification sign, two actually on sites. I guess just for what it's worth, one was located just on North Park Drive, on the visibility of Boulder Boulevard. That one there was put there to ensure the most people could see it. We also need to put one on the actual site, so we chose, given there's kind of two different quarter sections, to put one on the corner here of Golf Course Road and Boulder Boulevard. So when I go to the next slide, you'll see you'll see those slides. Before I go there, though, I'll just mention the Planning Advisory Committee did see this and generally accepted it for information supporting the area structure plan going forward. So again, these are the two signs. The one here on the right is the one that's on North Park Drive. The one on the left is the one that's just off of Golf Course Road on the actual land itself. Ultimately, this brings us to the next steps. So we're here for the public hearing. It is May 11th, and if council so gives it second and third reading after the public hearing, that would be up for council for deciding on the bylaw to approve it. Thank you very much. I'm available for any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Members of council, you had the opportunity to read the agenda package and then just hear the presentation. Any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. I had two questions. One was answered. Certainly appreciate the commentary from administration around the independent servicing for sanitary and water and storm, and how that will be managed with the shadow area in the northeast there. Not directly a part of the plan, so I appreciate those comments. I do have one additional comment, and I think I know the answer, but just looking at page 63 of our agenda package, which is the map showing the proposed development concept. Last week we had a reintroduction into our active transportation strategy, and council had the opportunity to talk about the importance of that strategy in our community. Certainly this image that we have in front of us, and I think it's going to show up. There we are. The red dotted line indicates a proposed trail system, which is great. Just looking to see how, back up 1 second. I think the connection to Boundary Road there will connect into the trail system that runs north-south on Boundary. Just looking through you, Mr. Mayor, to administration for some comments on 28th Street there. It sort of appears in the graphic that red line ends, but just looking to understand that would connect to 16A and ultimately to the trail system on the south side of the highway.
Thank you. Question, administration?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council. To the best of my understanding, that is the intent. Again, the area to the white, I guess kind of the grayed area and the white area here is ultimately part of the North Industrial Area Structure Plan. As part of that, this area is stage 5. My understanding is that there is a trail intended to be along 28th Street here. I do forget which side it is. Looking here at the general manager's screen, I can see that there's a trail proposed initially on the west side of 28th Street there that would follow sort of this alignment here, if you can see on the laser pointer. And then ultimately, again, I guess I'll note, proposed multi-use trail is shown on one side. It's not necessarily guaranteed it's going to show up on that side. It's really just indicative that there would be a trail, multi-use trail, along one side at least of those collector roads.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and great to hear that that's been considered. Certainly the challenge when we're having two different plans, how they synergize together. At what stage of sort of our planning process here as we work through this, will we nail down more particulars about those trail systems? Our planning framework, we're looking at the ASP. We're hearing proposed. Is it sort of the land development, that next stage where we may see some firmer decisions being made about those trails?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council. Ultimately, trail placement is generally a detailed engineering function, so this is something that typically gets done once the subdivision has generally been approved and we're into the details on the servicing and the location of hard infrastructure.
Perfect. So one just last quick question. If it makes more sense when those drawings are done up for this trail to be on one side or the other and be a continuous trail on one side or the other, we still have the opportunity to consider that a little bit later into the future.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the commentary. Any other questions for clear understanding from administration? Okay. Seeing none, maybe just a question in terms of there is a pipeline that actually runs through these two quarter sections that we're dealing with. Did we receive any feedback from Trans Mountain?
Through your worship to all of council, I'm not aware of any specific comments from the Trans Mountain pipeline. Again, we may have received some during the initial. I'm not aware of any that we've received specifically for the notification here of the public hearing. My understanding, generally put, is that utility pipelines are generally avoided to put any major structure on them. And there's some flexibility in terms of sort of the municipality in terms of whether or not it is dedicated as a public utility lot, or if it is an area that is just public land that has that utility right-of-way continuing on there. So it is something that we look at the detailed scale, and we have in other areas of town in the past.
In terms of, you mentioned that could be dedicated as a public utility lot, or maybe it's ER, Weapon Reserves. So in terms of that, there is the pipeline there. When development does happen, is that considered part of the 10% municipal requisition or requirement for land?
Through your worship, to all of council. So the 10% dedication for municipal reserve is generally not included for utility areas. So typically pipeline utilities or pipeline corridors as utility lots would be dedicated as a public utility lot and not as a municipal reserve land. It is something, depending on the municipality and the policies in place, sometimes credit can be given or MR can be dedicated. It is kind of a past practice more than anything we would be doing into the future, just in terms of best practice. So, can be, but generally no.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? See none, thank you for the presentation. So moving on to the next phase of the statutory public hearing, is this the opportunity for the applicant to make a presentation, and then also then have council has the opportunity to ask questions of clarity. Thank you. I believe you've been in chambers before, so there's a sign-up sheet. If you can sign in your name and push the mic so the red mic is on, and you can speak directly into it, and you're ready to go when you're ready.
Good evening, Council and attendees here at the public hearing. My name is Amy Stewart. I am a planner at Sheffer Andrew Limited, and I represent the landowners of the two quarter sections that are colored in blue and green. Given that administration did such a comprehensive presentation, I'm going to try to pick and choose what I stress here, so it's not going to sound as coherent, but I'm going to try to address some of the questions and comments that had come up at first reading, and also what I'm hearing here that might be of additional information. So you're going to recognize the figures because they were in our application. So again, just land ownership, there's 4 landowners, 4 separate parcels in the area structure plan, and I do bring to your attention that in the northeast quarter section, which is the area in pink, there is the area in white, which is the area that was recently taken by annexation into the city of Spruce Grove. As well, on the southeast quarter section, the widening of the Boundary Road, which is an arterial road, was also annexed into the city of Spruce Grove. Again, looking at our proposed development concept, as stated by administration, we do have a mix of land uses that transition from the business industrial on the south portion of the lands to a more intensive land use, which could be more disruptive to adjacent users, which is the industrial, in the northwest quarter section. And that's the area that's shown in pink. We also do have some business industrial here in the northwest quarter section, providing a buffer to the existing land uses in the existing business park, and also the church that is located in the just immediately east of the existing pond. On the east side of Atom Creek, within the southeast quarter section, we have proposed a mixed-use land. So this can be a mix of commercial and residential land use. And based on the guidance from administration, there's the potential of having a target of 244 residents within that area. We comment that there are natural constraints on the subject lands. As previously stated, we do have the north-south Atom Creek, which is indicated here in dark green. The delineation of that creek area is based on the geotechnical and legal surveyor's determination of the top of bank, and also to ensure that the 1 to 100-year floodplain is contained within the creek valley. There is no intent to modify the creek from its initial course. On the west in the side, in the northwest quarter section, is the Whispering Waters Creek. It did not have a strong delineation on the top of bank, so we used the 1 to 100-year floodplain to ensure that the creek and its environs were protected. There are also some man-made constraints within the area, and as previously commented, we do have running on a diagonal the Trans Mountain crude oil pipeline. We did have correspondence with Trans Mountain and discussions, and as stated by administration, there is a determination based on the municipality's desire to either include areas of the Trans Mountain pipeline within a future lot, and there would be development constraints within that lot. For example, you could have parking, but you could not have any buildings or anything on the right-of-way. Or we also have indicated further to discussion on the transportation network and the potential of shared pathways and green spaces in the northwest quarter section. We have shown where we could have the Trans Mountain pipeline as a linear corridor with a shared pathway constructed on it that could provide access to a shared pathway around one of the storm ponds that would be located in the northwest corner to allow people who are working to have a place to go at lunchtime for a walk just to get out into, well, out of the office. As well as a man-made constraint in the southeast corner of the northwest quarter section, there is an existing oil lease area. The area is currently not in operation. It is a suspended well. It actually has never been in operation, but the lease is still in effect, and the lease owner still has the right to that land until such time that they choose to give up the lease, reclaim it, and then that area will become potentially part of a development, but the actual lease with a defined area, possibly in the range of 10 to 15 meters, will always be protected either in a road or a PUL to allow for access to that well, which would have been stubbed off underground forever. Again, as mentioned, we do have stormwater management facilities in each quarter section, and that allows development not to be dependent on other lands. The northwest quarter, due to the topography, we have small ponds on either side of Whispering Waters Creek. In the southeast quarter section, we've got one central pond immediately adjacent to the Atom Creek. As mentioned by administration on the east, there will be on-site retention for stormwater management to allow for filtering of the contaminants and holding back the water before it is released into Atom Creek at a controlled point. As well as, again, as stated by administration, we do have a special study area on the east side on the southeast quarter section. And one of the reasons that that area is there is due to Boundary Road being in the City of Spruce Grove's control. We may not be able to have all the required accesses that a future developer may want to access either the north or the south mixed-use area. So by having this special study area and dependent on the design grades for crossing of the creek, this allows some options at the time of future subdivision to potentially adjust that area. And finally, as stated, the northeast quarter section is a shadow plan area. The connections for the internal collector road network are shown, and we also have provided servicing and potential pipe sizes for uses within that quarter section. And in the future, those landowners who also are here in attendance at the public hearing, if they wish to bring these lands officially into the area structure plan, they'll prepare their technical reports, bring it to administration for consideration and review, and then they will be back here in front of council for your consideration of what they would like to see. Again, as stated, we've done public engagement. I've just commented here that the official notification to adjacent landowners was provided last August. We've had multiple virtual meetings with representatives in the shadow area, also the city of Spruce Grove in response to some of their questions and queries. And that we also had a public open house in March of this year, which was quite well attended, and that the plan was revised accordingly further to some of the feedback. And one of the comments we make is that the city of Spruce Grove noted that with the boundary road design drawings, that our initial proposed concept wasn't in alignment with what they were proposing as an intersection on the south, so we adjusted our layout, which also then affected that special study area, which we then added in because it took away some of the width that we had available for access into the mixed-use sites. I won't read out the what we heard reports, but there were concerns about servicing, access to the collector roads. There was concerns about access to the northeast quarter section as it was still being actively farmed, and then also concerns about notification and discussions with landowners. From the general public, we had support for expansion of uses that would be similar to what is existing in the North ASP area. The mixed land uses also provide the opportunity to have some residential development, and that we are looking at the potential of having walking trails and landscaping throughout the plan area and to protect the natural areas as they are right now. Transportation network, as commented again, we have a collector road network that matches up to proposed intersections to the east in the city of Spruce Grove, and to the west connecting to the connection going into the Border Park area structure plan here. We do not have any collector roads at this point going north into lands that are in Parkland County, and we do comment that that was proposed to be a state residential, but again, this is just a guidance, a theoretical layout that could work, and that if there were additional road connections desired, including local roads, they will be added at the time of future applications. With respect to the open space network, given that this predominantly is going to be business, industrial, and industrial land use, with our initial discussions with the municipality, the expectation is not to dedicate 10% of the lands as park space. And that, again, will be determined at the time of future subdivision, but our understanding is receiving some cash in lieu monies will allow the municipality to improve other park spaces within the town closer to a higher density of residents. Again, with respect to the shared pathways, what we're showing as red dots are just theoretical. And where there are areas of dark green on the linear right-of-way corridors opens up the possibility, if desired by the municipality and the future applicant at the time of subdivision, to have shared pathways along there, to have some internal loops right next to the top of the bank of the creek. Stormwater management, I think we've mentioned 3 times between administration and ourselves, so we won't comment again, and we'll let the engineers address any questions from council. Again, sanitary servicing, as stated by administration, each of the quarter sections will have their own connection to the regional sewer line, providing independence for their servicing. With respect to water servicing, the northeast quarter section, the shadow plan, is dependent on receiving water connections from either the northwest quarter section or the southeast quarter section. I do bring to your attention that both in the southeast, because of the city of Spruce Grove being adjacent and that there are no water connections crossing the boundary, and we've also shown that the same in the northeast quarter section, where the water line stops and then it goes west and remains within the town of Stony Plain boundary. At each phase of development, a hydraulic network analysis will be provided by the engineers to support the application to ensure that fire flows and water looping is provided at each stage. Again, with respect to staging, we anticipate that the Stage A, southeast quarter section, and B, in the northwest quarter section, may develop either independently, sequentially, or concurrently, depending on market demands. They each have their own connection to the collector road network and water connections and their own storm pond, and as well their own sanitary connection. So again, based on market conditions and a logical extension of services, that will determine where the development will occur. That concludes my presentation, and I am available to address any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding on the presentation? Councilor Laurie, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the developer. Just a very quick question, and it's seen on multiple maps when we're talking about the road network. I see that Slate Avenue does not appear to continue to connect onto 28th Street. I'm wondering if that's just not shown because of the classification of roadway that it would be more in subdivision plan, or is it not intended for Slate Avenue to continue to connect to 28th Street?
Okay. Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, we are only depicting collector roads. Local roads, a logical extension of them will be extended at the time of the subdivision application.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and being here this evening. Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if this is for our presenter this evening or administration, but just looking for some commentary on cash in lieu to the 10% municipal reserve. Do we have any limits on that? Are developers able to do the full 10%? Just some general comments, if I could, on what that process may look like.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council. So municipal reserve can be dedicated as land or cash or any combination thereof, up to 10% of either the value or the area of that quarter section or other neighborhood, I guess, area structure plan level. So ultimately, what typically happens in areas that are more employment use, industrial, commercial, those sort of lands, typically what happens is the land would be assessed to determine what the land value would be worth, or what 10% of that land value would be worth. It would be dedicated as cash in lieu, which could be spent for recreational amenities in other areas, for the purchase of land for recreation, various uses to that effect.
Okay, thank you for that. And I do have a quick follow-up. And again, my apologies, whether it's the presenter or administration, I don't know who's best to answer this, but through you, Mr. Mayor, we heard the indication of some walking trails potentially around one of the storm ponds in the north west section here. A project like that, or an amenity like a walking trail around there, does that fall under public utility, being the storm pond, or would that be something that a percentage of a walking trail around a storm pond would be captured as municipal reserve?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council. Storm ponds are a little bit of an interesting area. So sometimes trails will be within, say, the high water mark. Therefore, it would be within the public utility lot and not part of that municipal reserve. Other times, they might just be additional MR around a stormwater pond. An area in town I can think of that's fairly well used is South Creek. So the actual storm pond there is a public utility lot. However, adjacent to South Creek Drive, there's a significant area there of just park space. So the park space has been dedicated as municipal reserve. However, the trail meanders within both municipal reserve land and public utility lot.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay. Seeing none, I do have a question just in terms of curiosity. I think we talked about the Trans Mountain line there and also been used as a utility or a park area and not as a part of development. But on the map that you have on the screen right now, so I'm just trying to, for my clarity, so this is the Trans Mountain line that cuts through here. So this I can understand from the commentary that we received that, you know, this part of it would be utility or park, so we can't build on it, et cetera. But this part is not. And this little part over here is not. Was there a reason why these little areas were left off as part of a park utility lot, but classified as a business industrial or a mixed use?
Through your worship, at this point of time, we have just shown some suggestions on how the network can be. By having the Trans Mountain line all shown as potential shared pathway, it is going to interfere with the development of some of the lots. So we chose to show it right now, as you commented. We have some areas which we think would be of benefit to the community to have a shared pathway, and other areas where it may be more beneficial to keep it as part of a developed lot as parking space. And again, that will be at the administration's discretion at the time of the subdivision application.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. And second question, you mentioned the special study area, and that was kind of come to fruition because, again, Spruce Grove had to change their alignment because of the proximity to the Trans Mountain line there. So my question is, why wouldn't the special area span from the wetland all the way to Boundary Road? So that you actually have more ability to make changes to the intersection versus that part.
Okay, so what we, again, through your worship, what we have shown here is a special study area is delineated only on what our consultants had advised could potentially be environmental reserve. The area to the east of that special study area has already been determined to be of use for mixed use. So if we require additional access to those sites, and we want to keep a certain setback from the proposed roundabout intersection at Boundary Road, we can put some accesses either north or south and reduce that area of potential environmental reserve.
Okay, thank you. So then you're saying, what I just heard is that if that special study area is deemed to be an environmental reserve, there's still enough room there to facilitate the arterial road that comes and connects to Grove Drive.
What I'm saying is by keeping it as a special study area and not defining it as either environmental reserve or a mixed use, it leaves administration the potential to provide some further direction based on the subdivision applications that will come in adjacent to it. So we're leaving that area as open to further determination as to its best use to support development. And I will also make a comment that from when the Spruce Grove originally approved their area structure plan to the east, and with the design of Boundary Road, they did shift their intersection, the proposed roundabout, further north. So we had to react accordingly.
Thank you. And I think you had mentioned something about a well in the southeast corner. Can you let us know how long that lease is for? Because you said it was leased.
The operator of the well has the right to maintain the lease as long as they want. I do not recall if there was a timeline that the lease would expire. Typically, what happens is they have the right for the area, they have an access road, and they have the right to keep that lease in operation. The well itself has not been put into operation, and the operator has not responded to my multiple emails with respect to their intention. So future development will have to respect their lease area. And then with the access road, as development proceeds in that quarter section, the access road will then be tied to an internal road versus going all the way west to Golf Course Road.
Okay. Okay. Since there has been no response from the leasee, do we know when that well permit was issued?
The lease was registered, and I believe it was 1999.
Okay, that's all the questions I had for clarity and understanding. Any more questions of clarity and understanding from members of council? Okay. See none, thank you. Right, moving on to the next phase of our statutory public hearing. So those are all, anyone that's in favor of the proposed bylaw change can now step forward and sign the little speakers list there. Again, please push the mic so that's on, and then introduce yourself to council, and you can speak. Go ahead and start.
Thank you, Council. My name is Craig Weber. I'm here on behalf of the landowners in the Shadow Plan area. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. We wanted to speak in support of the plan and to clarify any of the conversations or comments that were received in the what we heard report, and just provide context to those. We also wish to address some of the items that were raised in the first reading of Council on the 13th of April, and clarified the opportunity to participate that was raised by Councillor Anderson, and also the availability of some of the technical information that was raised by Councillor Niebergall. When the landowners became aware that the ASP was taking place in, it was mentioned August of 2025, much of the background planning that came with the report recently was either well underway or completed at that time, or nearing completion. We wanted to clarify that if we had been provided the opportunity to participate, we were open to the participation, but we did recognize that the planning work was considerably far along and advanced relative to where we would have been subject to that timing. We also had the further sort of implication of the designation of the boundaries that needed to be considered that were still under review. The annexation and the establishment of the two parcels didn't take place until January of 2026. So as we understand it, the decision was made to have a shadow plan area assigned to the land, allowing the other parcels to proceed in a timely manner and allow their development to be extended. That did, during that process, we did engage with Schaefer Andrews a number of times, as was mentioned, and wanted to point out that they did incorporate some of the more significant changes that we brought forward in terms of the planning, including the alignment of the road itself the major roadways, and also addressed some parcels that were small and limited development within the original plan. And also, there were 2 crossings of the Trans Mountain Pipeline in the plan originally on our quarter section, and those were balanced out with 1 on each of our quarter section and on the one to the west. So that was a positive interaction. There were some suggestions that we made that, as we understand it, couldn't be sort of brought forward for consideration until such time as the rest of the planning was put in place to do so. As it relates to the technical information, obviously as landowners, part of the parcel, there was a heightened interest in terms of the technical information as it developed along the course of the planning. And we had made requests for it, but unfortunately, it couldn't be released until it was made available on April 20th as part of the package that you all received for the hearing. And so there was 1,000 pages. So that was, we did, though, understand with the communication extended to us from that point that the planning had been able to sort of separate the stormwater and the sanitary on the quarter section completely from the other parcels. So we focused on the water service intently and had arrangements with a third-party engineer to review the basis of design for that, which we did in the intervening time period, and support the recommendations that council received from the municipal planning department. And it is one of the factors that was considered in our support of the application. As we intend to move forward with an amendment to the area structure plan in the not too distant future, we're supportive of the plan as it exists. I would like to say that the impact of the shadow plan that the town of Stony Plain has did create a couple of challenges. Just a comment in terms of the limitations of the information from a technical perspective was challenging as a landowner to not really understand what exactly was being proposed as a technical basis. So the preliminary kind of availability of that seems to be a challenge that sort of falls into a gray area where we have to wait as a member of the public for it. I think having said that, the process was one that we felt we could support and wanted to bring forward. As we intend to move forward, sort of with council and the adjacent landowner in a collaborative nature and look for opportunities to carry out the full development in a way that would be beneficial to all 3 parties. And so we wanted to come and directly address some of the comments that could be construed as being less supportive of the development, and to say that we're in support of it being moved forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and your commentary. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, you have one? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Weber, for being here as a representative of the landowners. We certainly appreciate your time and interest, and not even so much a question, but I appreciate the opportunity you've taken to provide clarity. And certainly, I think after first reading, I know as a member of council had some questions and maybe some concerns about how things played out, and initiatives like this are a tremendous undertaking as one entity versus that collaborative nature when you have multiple parties that are involved. And so hearing the intent this afternoon, hearing the intent being one of collaboration, one of sort of a mutual benefit moving forward is tremendous. And I speak for myself, I think my colleagues, but we look forward to seeing those amendments come in and the opportunity to work with you in the future. So thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Again, thank you for the presentation and definitely providing some clarity. I think I was at the open house and I was also here for their first reading and hearing some of those issues that were on the on what we heard, so I'm glad that was provided some clarity. You mentioned something about the water servicing for the quarter section. That is the shadow area. And as mentioned in the presentation, there is a sliver that has been carved out and that was annexed by the city of Spruce Grove. So in terms of water supply, I think we see in a high level detail when that comes to the creek and stops. In terms of your conversations with the current landowners of the shadow area, is there any possibility of accessing water from the city of Spruce Grove to service that quarter section?
We haven't had those conversations with the city of Spruce Grove at this time. They have provided access in the development of Grove Drive along that edge to a water line that was agreed in the annexation process to be stubbed out to service each of the north and the south parcels bisected by the extension of Cambrian Way. But those sizes are smaller, and they're at the end of the extension of the servicing than the network that is within the northeast quarter section.
Okay, thank you. And I just have another question, just for clarity and understanding. In terms of kind of the shadow plan, I know that's just the shadow plan that the storm management facility can be moved in this quarter section. In terms of looking at the Spruce Grove plan that's adjacent to Boundary Road, there is a traffic circle just off Copperhaven School. And it looks like there is a leg that actually goes towards Boundary Road. Was there any indication of that road would actually connect to Boundary Road, that therefore then this parcel will have a secondary access on the north parcel of the land to connect?
So there is two traffic circles. There's one adjacent to the property that extends into the collector road that's shown on the plan that was presented to council. That the adjacent road on the east side of that is Cambrian Way. And the other one down by Copperhaven School is Callista Way. That traffic circle and the extension of that roadway is in the plan, but it is only a 2-lane extension on the west side of the traffic circle boundary. And there are services provided in there and the potential for access. As the plan sits currently, the access shown on that does not come into our property. It comes into the sliver of the triangular property that was left in the original planning. There are two triangular portions bisected by Boundary Road, which will probably at some time be seen to be re-divided into some developable parcels, because as they currently exist, they're both rather odd shapes.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you for your the answers. Any more questions? Okay. See none, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, members of council, let's move on to the next phase of our statutory public hearing. So those that are not in favor of the proposed bylaw change has the opportunity to speak. So if those can come forward, again, list your name on the speakers list and then go ahead and speak. Okay. Seeing nobody stepping up, we'll move on to the next part of the hearing. So all those that have a general comment about the proposed bylaw change has the opportunity to speak now. Would anyone like to speak? Okay. See none, we'll go back to the applicant. The applicant has an ability to close and summarize if they feel necessary. Okay. Okay, thank you. And with that, then ends the public hearing. Just to confirm with administration, did we adhere to the MJ rules to classify and kind of pass as the MJ rules?
Through your worship, yes, you did.
Okay, so with that, then I'll declare public hearing bylaw 2734/DNP/26, Adam Creek Business Park Area Structure Plan be closed. And for those that are following along in chambers and also through our YouTube channel, council will be dealing this a little bit later under number 8.1 in our bylaws. Okay, as I mentioned, we have two public hearings today. So the second one is 5.2, so it's the land use bylaw update for 2026. Again, the same procedures apply. I will call the hearing to order. Then again, administration gets to provide the presentation. Council gets again to ask questions of clear understanding at each part. And then the applicant gets the opportunity to speak, which is the town Stony Plain, so I don't think they'll have that opportunity. Then all those that are in favor, all those that are opposed, and all those that have general comment will have the ability to speak as well. And at every junction, members of council will have the opportunity to ask questions for clear understanding. Yeah. So with that, I will call into hearing proposed bylaw 2734. Nope, that is not 2734. Okay, I'll call hearing bylaw 2735/LUO/26, and this is the land use bylaw update 2026. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Your Worship, Council, and the general audience here. Just loading the screen here for the presentation. There we go. Okay, so as mentioned by the mayor, this is the public hearing for the Land Use Bylaw Update 2026. As we usually like to do, the land use planning framework in Stony Plain, this here is at the land development stage, which again kind of looks more at the land rights and servicing of land. These are directly specified generally in the land use bylaw and supplemented by other engineering standards. So in terms of the history of the land use bylaw updates, our original land use bylaw came from about 2015. And back in 2021, we did an administrative update as well as one for the cannabis changes that were done provincially. In 2022, we had the housing strategy implementation and another update. And then since then, 2023 and onward, basically, we've done administrative updates to ensure that best practices are continually being applied to the land use bylaw as we monitor and respond to the various trends. We often review discretionary approvals to see if there's any opportunities to make changes accordingly to reduce the number of discretionary or variances required. Again, we make those minor adjustments and corrections, and ultimately we do some updates to the mapping just to make sure that stays up to date as well. So at a high level, the kind of higher categories that these changes fall under are signs, roads and related matters, various yards and lot requirements, specific development permit requirements, and then the non-substantive changes. As mentioned in first reading, we did engage Build for some comments. Subsequently, they did ask for they did provide a letter. So to begin, I'm just going to go quickly through what was said at first reading, just as a kind of high-level overview to go over the majority of the changes, and then we'll get into some of the specifics in terms of what we have for the results, I'll say, of the Build letter. So ultimately, the definitions for both billboard and election signs were removed in terms of the regulatory aspects of those definitions. Those are specified specifically in the regulations more accurately now. In terms of the sign regulations, we did put a 2 meter, or we did recommend putting a 2 meter max height on those to provide clarity, improve safety, and ensure there's visual consistency and fairness. And some wording changes were made regarding the timing of the placement for the election signs as well. In terms of the general sign provisions, there's a 15-meter setback between signs other than those on buildings. This is to establish a clear minimum, reduce clutter, and simplify interpretation. Again, there are certain places in town where there's probably too many signs out, and this is a direct result of some, I guess, direct observation, as well as some occasional questions about why there's so many signs on that street. In terms of the next one here, we've got the 2 meter setback from a driveway or access to portable or freestanding signs. This again is for safety and visibility predominantly, but also sort of some clarity when there's been some questions around certain instances of those. In terms of the parking, typically most, I guess, drive aisles, private drive aisles, are about 7 or 8 meters wide. We've had many proposals, especially for medium-density sites lately, that have sort of a 6 meter, which is common in other municipalities. When we've looked at this, we're not really concerned with this as long as there's no implications from a emergencies management, kind of allowing emergency vehicles through the site, or if there's parking adjacent to those drive aisles. So we're recommending a reduction when those two things don't apply to 6 meters, ultimately to provide flexibility in site design and boost the land efficiency. In terms of projections into yards, this is ones where we've had a significant number of variances. Ultimately, what this is just to allow, with smaller yards, smaller lots, we often have the balconies and decks projecting further into the the rear yard setbacks there. So this just increases that projection into the the rear yard from 2.5 to 3.5. So this would basically eliminate, I think, the majority of the variances that we had, and we don't see this as a major concern. In terms of zero lot line development, we've predominantly been dealing with front attached garage zero lot lines, not rear attached garage. With some of the newer areas in West Terra coming online later this season or into next year, we will have some of those. So proactively, we noticed that one of our regulations would prevent garages being in that side yard setback. Where you've got a house that is on the zero lot line, this would allow a garage to match that zero lot line setback. In terms of general accessory developments, this one again is just to ensure that we've had some variances for the maximum lot coverage for detached garage, or when we've had detached garages on site. So this here, again, just moves it from 15% to 20% to reduce the number of variances that we need to advertise for and issue ultimately. In terms of the building facades, we've had a fairly good regulation regarding building facades. Ultimately, we require 2 colors in a feature. Where they're adjacent to a road, this here just clarifies that it's not just the principal building, it's any building that's along a road. Again, we found a couple instances where there's a road, especially a double fronting lot. One side doesn't require that. Ultimately, most builders do this anyways, but this way just ensures that we have that consistency everywhere. In terms of the updates to the C3 district, ultimately there's some comprehensively planned site regulations. There was some areas in different districts that were different, so this is just a means to standardize those across the various districts. In terms of the fencing, often we get instances where one side yard is up against another rear yard. This creates an instance where that flankage yard is required to have only a 1.2 meter fence, where it would make sense potentially to allow a 1.8 meter fence. Again, that's your typical 6-foot fence for reference. This way, as long as you have a 1.2 meter side yard setback, you're able to go all the way up to the 1.8 meters as opposed to limited to the 1.4. So this is kind of a happy medium between some instances where we've had some challenges with that. In terms of the proximity to well sites, pipelines, and utility right-of-ways, as mentioned during first reading, we have some specific proposals where the 15-meter setback was a challenge to really develop the site in a financially viable way. Ultimately, we looked at this and found most jurisdictions don't have any regulation or a substantially reduced. We're recommending 5 from the 15. This again removes duplication, removes the restriction ultimately, and aligns with other jurisdictions. In terms of development permit requirements, where there are requirements that need to be maintained, and currently we don't require necessarily a development permit for those, but we still have a fair bit of review work that needs to be taking place. This regulation here would change so that we do require a development permit for those instances where we do require a significant amount of review that don't currently require a permit. And then various mapping updates as well, with the Edgeland district boundaries being the main one. In this case, we had worked with the developer, the new landowner there, and they are interested in providing a potential future school site. So this is just aligning that on the zoning map. In terms of the comments from first reading, we did receive a letter from Build requesting 3 items. So lot width restriction or reductions from 12-foot to 14-foot building pockets, lot depth reductions to 25 meters, and accessory dwelling uses as a permitted use in the the R5. Ultimately, we have some comments here. We are generally supportive of allowing the reduced setbacks for the building pockets in the R4, 5, and 6 by the 2 feet. This would actually match something administration had brought back several years ago. At the time, it was a little bit, I guess, maybe too innovative at the time. Council chose to increase those by 2 feet. So this would align it back to that recommendation from several years ago. So again, in alignment with what Build has requested. In terms of the lot depth, technically in the R6 option B standards, you're actually able to do a 25-meter lot depth. So this is something we find that can be done if it's zoned properly already, and is not necessarily something that we would recommend in the R5. And in terms of the accessory dwellings, they're currently allowed in the R4. Part of this is to ensure there is sufficient size and parking space available on lots, which again, the R4 allows for slightly larger lots to ensure that's possible. Also noted here, the real property reports. So this other item is something where, it is a red tape reduction. I guess for more details for the general public, the intent with this one here was that we do require for 0 lot lines to do a real property report after the foundation has been poured. Ultimately, this here would remove that need. There is a risk there. From an administrative standpoint, we're recommending it still be removed, pending council's discussion on the matter. Again, we find that this is in line with other jurisdictions when we did a jurisdictional scan. And then also to note, there was some conversation regarding real estate signage. So ultimately, real estate signage is a certain subtype of signage within the land use bylaw. It's generally exempt from the need for a permit. This supports normal real estate transactions, which municipalities generally treat as a basic and expected activity. They're considered a minor accessory communication rather than commercial advertisement, and are temporary in nature and typically installed during active retail listings. Again, so minor in nature being the key aspect there. In terms of the notification for this bylaw update, it was posted on the town website, also in the local newspaper, and again, was presented to the Planning Advisory Committee. Their results was that it is generally supportive. Ultimately, we're here at the public hearing on May 11th, and later this evening, it'll go to council for second and third reading, and ultimately approval or decision at least on the bylaw. Thank you. I'm available for any questions or comments.
Thank you for the presentation, and definitely thank you for the suggestions and the commentary that we've heard from our developers and subject matter experts, especially in the build industry. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Plechko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to administration. I'm just looking for a little bit more clarity on page 228 of 334 when we talk about removing the regulations by federal and provincial to change setbacks. Is there not a standard that is put in by the province that requires certain things from pipelines?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Plechko and all of council, there are regulations that do affect setbacks. Now, typically those setbacks are required within utility right-of-ways themselves, which is one of the reasons we found that most jurisdictions do not have actual additional setbacks to those pipelines. So typically, depending on the type of pipeline, there is a requirement to have a wider utility right-of-way to ensure that there is distance within that utility right-of-way that the utility company would obtain to ensure that there is a sufficient distance between their pipeline within there and the boundaries of that utility right-of-way.
Anything else?
Yeah, if I could. So this change from 50 meters to 5 meters, is that just an over and above what they have? Or do they not have to apply what is put in federally or provincially?
It would be over and above that, and as we were saying, originally it was 15, and that's what we didn't find the jurisdictional scan being very common, and the request ultimately to reduce it down to 5.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. I'm looking at page 229 of our agenda package. This is the response to comments from the discussion at first reading. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just looking for administrative clarity. So these requested changes, I believe, were from the build letter, as noted. These have not yet been included in the land use bylaw update, or have they now been included going into the public hearing?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council, none of these changes have been made. Again, council ultimately has the jurisdiction to make those recommendations or those motions if so they desire, but ultimately there has been no changes. So if you'll notice in the lead sheet, it doesn't say as amended. That's usually a sign that we've changed something explicitly between first reading and the public hearing.
Perfect, thank you. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, just looking for clarity, requested in R5 district, the first bullet point here says lot width reductions to 12 and 14-foot building pockets. Just looking through my notes, I believe when build was in chambers, they spoke specifically about 14-foot build pockets. The letter they sent did indicate 12s, but that wasn't a part, in my recollection, of the initial conversation. Just looking what we see here from admin, it says support change by reducing building pockets in R4, R5, and R6 by 2 feet. Mr. Mayor, just looking for some clarity here. Reduced by 2 feet would allow the 14-foot building pocket, but not the 12-foot building pocket. Is that correct?
Your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council, that is correct. Again, sorry for a little bit of confusion there in terms of the wording. Ultimately, the 12-foot would require a 4-foot change, so we're not necessarily supported or recommending the 12-foot or a reduction to 12-foot, but we are supportive of the 14.
Okay, perfect. No, and I do appreciate the clarity there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, I do have, again, a question here. I don't think it was answered during first reading, and it's not answered here again in the commentary. So I'm looking on page 214 of 334. I do have concerns regarding the recommendation from administration, and that is to remove the requirement for internal row housing to have a rear yard access from public lands. Okay, I think there's a little bit of commentary of why administration thinks it's not warranted. I can understand why it's there, and I can understand some commentary in terms of changing it so that maybe it's, although they have access, but doesn't have to be from public land, because public land is owned by the town, so it could be like a utility lot, a pathway, etc. But if we remove that, then that means we could have a situation where we can have, let's say, sixplexes that are back-to-back against each other. Those internal units will not have access to their backyard except through their house. And one of the reasons why all this gray hairs has come in is I was part of council when we looked at this. It was because we did receive a lot of complaints about some of the properties that were built in the town of Stoney Plain that had a middle unit or 2 middle units that did not have direct access to their backyard. So they still had their grass and they had their fence. So if they wanted to do anything, they would have to take everything from their front yard, through the kitchen, through the back door to access that. So please explain to me how that makes our community better by removing that so that we allow for situations where we have neighbors upset with neighbors.
Your Worship, I can speak to that. Again, a bit of a tricky question to answer. I mean, how does that make the community better? I mean, a short answer to that is that it would provide the opportunity for a product that those that maybe didn't have that concern could purchase. If they have that concern, there would be options potentially in the same, the same development but certainly elsewhere in the community if that was a significant concern for that particular individual. So, Your Worship, again, as this is a regulation, and it's not specifically in the zoning definitions themselves, it has the opportunity to be waived as well as a discretionary. And I think part of the response or part of the recommendation is simply there is the opportunity to allow this through a regulation, then a variance, if it's approved, goes through the discretionary approval process. And as such, I mean, the basis or the logic is simply that it would allow further choice and make the approval process quicker.
Okay, I appreciate the comment. So I'll ask the administration, since this regulation was in our land use bylaw, how many applicants have tried to build row housing that backed onto each other without access to the middle lots?
Through worship to all of council, I don't have specific numbers with me handy. Off my recollection, I would say there would be maybe half a dozen instances where we've had row housing product that has been proposed that would not have, I guess, a specific green space or something to that effect on the rear. Some of the areas I do know of this would be Genesis Villas. I know the original area that went in there had a restrictive covenant on there that was actually challenged by those individuals who were part of the development after it was built. And when phase 2 went in, there was sort of the same requirement. Again, the challenge with this was we were having to have the landowners enforce this upon each other due to the site constraints. So part of the challenge and why this has been recommended is ultimately that there has been difficulties administering it and enforcing it in its current stance. Again, there's different, I guess what I would say is there's intentions to develop things differently than they originally intended at certain points, and those have often led to challenges when alternatives to develop smaller sites have been proposed, especially when dealing with developments that propose row housing.
Okay. I'm glad that you brought up Genesis Villas, and also then we have the same product out over in Meridian Loop. So those are the two areas that we do have that the middle units don't have access directly to the backyard. And I have received complaints regarding that. So I'm like, unless there was a overwhelming demand for this product, I don't, personally, when I'm looking at it, I'll have to think about this, but I don't think it's an improvement to our land use bylaw. Okay. Members council, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. See none, thank you for the presentation. Okay, moving on with the public hearing. So the next one is that the applicant has the opportunity to make a presentation, and the applicant is the town of Stony Plain. So would you like to make another presentation, sir?
No, thank you.
Did not think so. So moving on is all those that are in favor of the proposed bylaw change has the opportunity to speak. Is anybody in chambers like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw changes? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. All those that are not in favor of the proposed bylaw changes has the opportunity to speak. Anyone like to speak and step forward? After that, then all those that want to make a general comment regarding the proposed bylaw changes has the opportunity to speak. Anyone would like to speak up? Guess not. We'll move on to the next one. Does the applicant would like to make closing remarks?
Through worship of the council, there's no further comments from administration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to check with administration. Did we follow the guidelines of the MJ to qualify?
Through your worship, yes, you have.
With that, I would declare that the public hearing for bylaw 2735/LUO/26 for land use bylaw update 2026 be closed, and we will be dealing with that later on number 8.2 in our bylaw section. Thank you. With that, moving on to our agenda number 6. So before that, let's just take a recess, and we'll come back in about 10, 15 minutes. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, administration, and those that are joining us, council has come back from recess, so we're looking at continuing on with our agenda. We're looking at number 6, which is the adoption of council minutes. So looking at 6.1 is the regular council meeting minutes for April 27th. Councilor Nebegal.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Town Council approve the April 27th, 2026 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review them. Any errors, omissions, or comments on the minutes? Nope, I did not see any either, but again, I was not present for that meeting, but do appreciate council's conversation and debate and passing the 40 kilometers in local Stony Plain streets, which I believe will make our community a little bit safer. So thank you very much for members of council for that conversation, and then also then passing that motion. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, moving on to number 7. This is council boards and committees minutes. Today we have 2, the Meridian Housing Foundation ones, and also the Community and Social Development. Councilor Loynes, please.
Town Council received the Council Board Committee minutes for information.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review those minutes. Any questions for clear understanding or questions to the council appointee representatives? Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Pacheco.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to the council representative for the Meridian Housing Foundation. On page 250 of 334, the foundation financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2025. I'm just wondering why we have a member that would be opposed to a financial statement when the rest are in favor of it.
Of course. So under 4.1 for the year-end audit, for resolution 5 and 6, we had a member at large that was not necessarily impressed with some of the information that was provided and how it was provided. We have now changed the process in which the information is delivered to us to make it more legible and understandable. And going forward, I believe that he will be more on board with that now.
Appreciate the fact that it's been changed to reflect the opportunity for everybody on the board to be able to have a say in what is done financial-wise. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions, clear understanding? Okay, I do have one just on page 243 to the Councilor Loynes regarding 7.1 in terms of bank signing authority. Reading the minutes, I think there should be an and where an or should have been. I think on resolution number 65 for 2025, I must move that member at large Stuart Hewson, Vice Chair, Councilor Marilyn Loynes, Executive Director, or the Director of Finance have bank signing authority. But the second sentence after that, it says that either or the Executive Director or the Finance Director can sign on behalf of the administration. So I think the above one should be and to have 4 signatures.
Thank you very much. I will take that back.
Any other questions? Okay. See none, call the question. All in favor? And those are adopted. Thank you. All right, moving on to number 8, and this is our bylaws. We have 6 of them tonight. So we'll deal with 8.1 first. 8.1 is the Adam Creek Business Park Area Structure Plan. Go ahead, administration.
Given the presentation that we provided during the public hearing, administration has no further comments, but is available for any comments or questions.
Okay, thank you. And members of council, any questions for clear understanding before I call the motion? Okay, Councillor Anderson for the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2734. Sorry, I'm going to back up. I see 2735 in our lead sheet here. Can we just confirm the number of that bylaw, please?
Okay, I will confirm. I think it is.
I think 3.5 is the land use.
Yeah, it's 3.4. 3.4 is the Adam Creek.
Yep, thank you. I'll move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2734/DNP/26, a bylaw to adopt the Adam Creek Business Park Area Structure Plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Anderson. Members of council, the motion is accepted on the floor. Questions, comments, and debate on the motion. Okay. Councilor Niebergen, go ahead.
I just want to say that I appreciate, sorry, thank you, Worship. I just want to say that I appreciate to hear the concerns that were brought forth in the first reading were addressed by council chambers today. And so I look forward to moving this forward.
Thank you for the comment, and then definitely I'll share the same comments as well. Any other questions, comments, and debate? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you to administration. Had a question earlier about the allocation of municipal reserve versus cash in lieu. Can we just have a bit of an overview or an explanation about how that process plays out? Is that something that the developer sort of proposes and we respond to? Is there a conversation that occurs there? How does that conversation move forward?
Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council, it depends. It's one of my favorite phrases. I'll start there. So ultimately, it generally comes up when we're getting more for a rezoning, I think might be the first part of that. Because ultimately, the rezoning may provide specific areas where there might be park versus utility district. Now, it's not to say that when we get to the detailed level that that can't change or has a little bit of flexibility there, but ultimately, we'll probably be having some conversations with the developer before they bring a rezoning application in to determine where there is potential for municipal reserve. Now, specifically with this area being an employment area where it's a little bit more, I'll say, fine details in terms of, is it a utility lot? Is there any MR credit? Is there cash in lieu? Those sort of aspects. Typically, that will be determined more at the administrative level at the subdivision when we get into the detailed engineering. Ultimately, some things to factor in there are they providing trails along utility right-of-ways? Sometimes that's something that would trigger the possibility of municipal cash in lieu. Other times not. So again, with the area structure plan in front of us right now, there's the Trans Mountain Pipeline, there's other utility right-of-ways that exist on there. Those are the areas that have been highlighted as, I'm going to say, the green areas on the map that are identifying potential areas that would be determined more at the site development level. Now again, other things that would come up is at the subdivision level, typically that gets more comments from something like a Trans Mountain Pipeline or another utility provider that specifically has that. So that might also influence whether or not we're willing to take that over as a public utility lot or leave it as a utility right-of-way within a private area. So there's a combination there of a few different aspects. Specific designs for, say, a stormwater pond would also potentially influence whether we would take adjacent land as municipal reserve or not. So it does really depend on the site specifics, and it is something that we could start having a conversation up at the rezoning level, but ultimately it generally gets decided at the subdivision level.
Okay, I do appreciate that. So some conversations there to come, if I may, Mr. Mayor. We, in our two public hearings, certainly going to sort of connect them both here for a second, but in the concept plan of the Adam Creek area structure plan development concept, there was in the northwest quarter section, an area along the pipeline right-of-way that was suggested could be future municipal reserve and a trailway. In our land use bylaw, there was a proposal that will be debated here in a bit to reduce the right-of-way around those pipelines from 15 meters to 5 meters. Wondering if that motion or if that amendment change passes, will that impact the developer's plan in the Adam Creek Business Park?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to all of council and specifically Councillor Anderson, I don't believe so. And why I say that is typically it's on a private developed lot that setback is going to affect, as opposed to something that would be dedicated as, say, a municipal reserve or a public utility lot. So again, it's usually the interaction between a utility lot and a private developed lot, as opposed to an instance where it's a municipal reserve or something like that being dedicated.
just going to throw just a little bit of my thought and where these questions are coming from. But we have seen even in some residential areas around the community where we sort of piecemealed municipal reserve, and we've got, you know, some trail along the creek and maybe another little bit of a trail along the railway tracks. But then we have sort of this area where we don't see any planned or intentional green space being allocated. And certainly activating our parks and green spaces become a priority of council and something that I know I'm very proud to champion. And understanding that this is an employment area, this is commercial and some industrial, that there are some different considerations, but certainly my hope is that we'll very intentionally consider what that looks like, not just in that business park as a standalone area, but with the greater community at large. And we have talked about our active transportation plan recently, and want to ensure that any of the work that happens here, even though it is industrial and business and so on, integrates well with the general feel of the town and our priorities for activating green space in our active transportation network. So just some thoughts.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Move to Councillor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through to administration. My question revolves around a question that Mayor Choi asked a bit ago to one of the presenters in the shadow plan. And that question was around the use of water from the city of Spruce Grove through the annexation to the lands that are along there. And there was a reference made to a water line that is not would not provide enough water to that section along the way. Through the annexation, was there a requirement that the city of Spruce Grove provide that water in the agreement with the annexation?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko and all of council. My understanding is no, not specifically. Again, both Spruce Grove and Stony Plain have water master plans that specify that any place within their boundaries is able to be provided with water, ultimately as upgrades are made to their water network. Ultimately, there's a small segment there on the west side of Boundary Road that was provided as land as opposed to right-of-way for Boundary Road as part of the annexation. So there's a small area that could flip over. Now, my understanding is typically when these water master plans are done, there is some degree of conservative approach taken with sort of a buffer in terms of the availability of that. So I would expect just the small area of land there not being significant to ultimately change those. Again, that would be tested out more when we do updates to our water master plan in the future. So I wouldn't be too concerned from that aspect. Ultimately, I don't believe it was specifically discussed, knowing that there is the capability to provide both areas or that full area with water in within the town of Stony Plain and the small area, I guess, in Spruce Grove with their own.
Okay. Councilor Mitchell. Right. Okay. Any more questions for clear understanding, debate? Okay. In terms of, I got a question in terms of the 10% municipal lands or cash in lieu. So in terms of calculations of what the 10% is that 10% calculated on the entirety of the development, or is the 10% calculated on the developable land in the area structure plan?
Through your worship to all of council. Ultimately, it's on the developable land, not the gross. So again, this looks at the gross land, including environmental reserve. Again, lands for, wetlands predominantly, steep slopes, poor soils, things like that, that the MGA allows for environmental reserve dedication. So ultimately, you take the overall area, you subtract the area that is dedicated as environmental reserve, and that balance, you take 10% of that remainder is the area that would be cash in lieu. Again, this is something that as specific lot lines are created or I guess designated to the town, that's when some of those calculations will be more refined in terms of the specific areas for environmental reserve.
Okay, thank you. And then that reduction is only for environmental reserve.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Niebergall, you have to add on?
Thank you, Your Worship. I feel like maybe it looks like we're picking on this, but it's just for my learning. The study area that's shaded off, would that be included as developable area or no?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Niebergall, in terms of, it depends. It's typically done at the quarter section level. So again, each of these 3 quarter sections would be done independently. For example, the southeast quarter section already has an area that is intended to be subdivided out as part of stage 5 for the North Industrial. So that area would be subdivided out, and it's 10% of that little area would be addressed as part of that subdivision and not part of a future subdivision of this area structure plan land. So it really is 10% of the developed land. Now, that's not to say that if MR is credited or moved from one area to another, if it's not dedicated, there are various things like a deferred reserve caveat that would specify if it has been deferred to a different area. But again, typically it's at a quarter section level analysis.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding debate? Okay. I have a question in terms of the cash in lieu. Obviously, I understand some of the commentary made by Councillor Anderson in terms of make sure we have trails, maybe some areas where residents can participate and enjoy, especially with the active trails transportation. So in terms of the cash in lieu for offset levies, can the developer prepay them at today's rates? Because I know we're dealing with increases in fees and charges, and those get reviewed every few years. So is there an ability that the developer says, you know what, I'm going to pay for it all now, so I don't have to deal with the escalating costs? Is that an opportunity?
Through your worship to all of council. So in terms of cash in lieu, it's typically done by understanding the value of that land at the time that it is subdivided, typically. So again, that would be specified as a condition of that subdivision based on that study that would be a requirement of that subdivision application. So it'd have to be some sort of an analysis to determine the overall value, the assessed value, and then that would be written into those conditions. There is, some variability in terms of determining what is valid at that 10% or what that value of that 10% is, but ultimately it'd generally be done through an assessor or an assessment.
Okay, thank you. So for my clarity and understanding, that would be during the subdivision, so that would be a fully serviced lot versus farmland.
Through your worship, all of council, it would be based upon the study. So again, it's not something I can specifically speak to. It would basically be upon the assessment that we would get. So again, I'm not an assessor. I can't necessarily say that, but it would be often at the best and most reasonable use of that land as it gets developed. But again, I've seen municipalities accept a higher or lower rate depending on the circumstances.
Okay, let me think about that. Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So you're talking about the assessor. Now, are you talking about like our tax assessor or like their real estate assessor putting a value to it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, maybe just quick clarification. Yeah, appraisal would probably be a bit more accurate. In the past, similar to when the town is valuing land for resale or purchase, we might get 2 appraisals done, one by us, one by the landowner, so to speak, and it might be the average of those 2. And I think too, Your Worship, so yes, it's appraiser, not assessment. Market value is the way I've seen it done. Your Worship, and maybe back to a bit of a question too, I think you had a little earlier just as to when does this happen, or could they do this or could they do that. As I think the manager indicated, it's typically done at time of subdivision of land. So just a theoretical answer to your question, if they wanted to subdivide all 2 quarter sections into very specific lots at this point in time, then the answer would be yes. We would require that all at that time. Appraisals would be done, contracts would be signed, and so on and so forth. Subject to, as they're phasing or so on and so forth. But at time of subdivision of land, whether it's now or 5 years from now or 15 years from now, is typically when it would be done.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that clarity because that was the second question I had mulling in my head is is in terms of subdivision of land. So, for example, if the quarter sections get quartered again, so now you have 4 pieces, they can apply, because now it's subdivided, they can pay the offsite levies today with 0 servicing, and then maybe 5, 10 years after it's been sitting there for a while, they can come and then redivide that to like smaller lots with servicing. Then they don't have to pay the town the difference because they've already paid offset levies when they subdivided into 4s at a lower rate. So I'm trying to understand that. Like at what point in time do we actually collect the offset levies? Because if somebody comes to me and says, I can subdivide it now, and that's when I play, well, if I subdivide these quarter section into 4 pieces, I pay my offset levies, then when I re-subdivide it after that, then I don't have to pay the higher fees.
Through your worship to all of council, just a distinction, so cash in lieu is a development charge, is I guess how I would phrase it, as opposed to an offsite levy. Again, the offsite levies are under the offsite levy bylaw defined by type as per the MGA. The MGA also specifies the cash in lieu. Again, all of those development charges are going to be specified as part, or sorry, let me step back here. The cash in lieu has to be specified as a condition of the subdivision approval. Once the subdivision approval takes place, that is a tentative and conditional approval. At that point, typically, the developer will engage an engineering firm to undertake the detailed engineering. That'll be approved. Then we enter into a development agreement. The development agreement will specify often the specific terms for when the offsite levies are paid. Our template online does specify that those are paid prior to the endorsement when those lots are actually created. So again, just there's a distinction there in terms of when the dollars are determined, which is at the approval of the subdivision, and they're typically paid when the subdivision is endorsed or the plan is registered at land titles. So again, there is a natural times or lapse there between when they're determined and set and when they're ultimately paid.
Thank you for that clarity. Any more questions, comments, debate on second reading? Go ahead, Councilor Pacheco.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I just want to tie on to that just a tiny little bit. What I'm hearing is, so it's done at the earlier stages. What happens if we've got a 4-acre parcel that is had their offsite levies paid? They come later on into the game and now want to divide that into 3 1-acre or 4 1-acre parcels. Is there a possibility for the town to collect offsite levies at that time based on the value of the land at that time opposed to the land value they paid prior to?
Through your worship to Councillor Pacheco and all of council. So I think the key distinction here is that the offsite levies are different from the municipal cash in lieu. And in terms of once the offsite levies are collected, they can only be collected for once for each type. So a very simple scenario here is that we typically collect them for, let's say, roads and utility purposes. So when the first subdivision takes place, they pay for all of those. Now, later on, if, for example, we have a rec levy that's added, which is something that happened in Stony Plain, then we would still charge them for the rec levy at the second subdivision, but we would not be collecting for any of the other ones because we've already collected them once and only once.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Any more questions, comments, debate? Okay. See none. Thank you, administration, and thank you to the applicant and to the members that are in the chambers for that conversation and the collaboration, as mentioned by members of council. It was interesting reading what we heard report from the open house to the commentary that was presented today. So well done in terms of both groups having that conversation and making some changes to, like I said, probably not 100%, everybody's 100% happy, but if they're a little bit unhappy and they're a little bit unhappy, then you've come to a good agreement where everybody's happy. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor of second reading? That's carried. Councillor Meyer for third reading, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2734/DNP/26.
Thank you. Members of council, any last comments or debate on third reading? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I probably should have reserved my comment from earlier till now, but do want to echo the sentiment that you just shared. And you know, we had information. We didn't have all the information. I think it would have been very easy for Mr. Weber and his team not to be here this evening. And they took the opportunity to come and throw their support behind the area structure plan proposal that's in front of us. And I think that's tremendous. And we heard that this is in a spirit of collaboration, which I think is commendable. But at the same time, we also heard that there were some concerns. And even though they weren't necessarily indicated in the area structure plan before us, because we have a shadow plan area, we did hear this evening that the developer and the applicant took into consideration some of the concerns of those in the shadow plan area, which was something that didn't have to happen. And so also very commendable for the work that's been done on this. And so I'm thrilled to see it. I walked away from our first reading going, how do we get that shadow plan area involved and engaged and a part of this? And I hear today that we can look forward to further dialogue about what that looks like to finish out that area. And I'm really excited for that opportunity and potential to be a part of those conversations. So to all those in chamber this evening that were part of the public hearing and that are landowners and developers in that area, you're a tremendous part of our community. And we're thrilled about the collaboration and the partnership that we hear this evening, and we're excited about where this takes us over the next few years.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Pechko?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make a comment regarding the whole development that's going on in that neck of the woods. It takes me back to a while ago, probably last term, maybe the term before, I can't quite remember, when the first annex come through that wanted to take over a good portion of that land, which would have become industrial land for the city of Spruce Grove. I'm glad to see that administration and the councils worked hard to keep that land within our community and to see businesses grow within our community. I think it's really important, the diversity that we've been able to bring to this community and the offset in taxes for our residents, that type of thing. And it's really nice to see that those landowners that have now come forward to make that possible for our community to have an industrial base or a commercial base is really important for our community and for the future of our community. So thank you to each and every one of you that see the benefit to having Stony Plain grow and prosper over the next number of years. One of the communities within the 13 communities that is on the rise and becoming very popular. What you see from our council here quite often, and I'm very proud of, is we talk about keeping the feel of Stony Plain. While we might be a city, and that's an awful word to call ourselves because people reflect that not well within our community, we're not that far truly away from it. But we're the heart of a community that is the heart of all the people that are here. So thank you to each of the developers. Thank you to the people that work hard with the people that are developing to bring good aspects to our community. And I hope that going down the road future, that shadow plan gets to be part more in the presence of the community, and we get to see some good things out of it as well. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Pechko. Any other comments, questions, debate? Okay, see none. And again, well done. I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. All right, moving on to number 8.2. This is the land use bylaw update, administration. Anything else to add to your presentation from earlier?
No, Your Worship. The presentation from the public hearing was sufficient from what we had. Thank you.
Okay. Members of Council, as the presentation was presented, we had first reading, we had some kind of amendments. Again, looking at that page. Sure you guys will find it. So the motion, let me go find it. Right, so the amendment is what it is. If there is those commentary and changes about shrinking lot lines and anything else that council wants to adjust, that would be an amendment to change because that was not part of the original presentations. So, Councilor Lori, for second reading, please. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2735/LUO/26, a bylaw to prohibit or regulate and control the use and development of land and buildings in the town of Stony Plain.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, the floor is open. So we've had the conversations. We've had quite a few discussions on that. Any comment, debate, and amendments? Councillor Lowry, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Following the lead sheet that administration provided, they reviewed the feedback from first reading and have now supported the recommendations, some of the recommendations that were put forward from Build. And so I'd like to introduce an amending motion to the motion that I just made.
Sure thing, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Worship, I'd like to amend to reduce the building pockets in the R4, R5, and R6 zoning by 2 feet.
Okay. Thank you. Administration, can you have that on the screen, please? Okay, one's coming up. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, we had some pretty thorough discussion on this in first reading, so I don't have to go too deep into it. Administration also has identified that they've gone through and are supportive based on a review. Just to reiterate, probably the key point that we heard from Build was that the pocket width that was included in our previous land use bylaw did not necessarily fit what would be regular construction standards, regular builder standards. And so it created a bit of an unintentional challenge in the community where there were not home designs to accommodate those specific lots. We also heard a little bit in regards to attainable versus affordable housing and opportunities for home ownership and so on and so forth, and how some of these lots help establish that while also reducing or minimizing any negative impacts in regards to density and so on and so forth. So again, I think we've had a lot of discussion around it. I'll just leave my opening comments at that and open to hear from the balance of council on their thoughts on this.
Okay. Thank you, members of council. Any questions, comments, and debate on the amendment? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Lowry for bringing an amending motion forward. I do recall in my first term, so last term on council, this coming forward is indicated by administration this evening that it's very similar to what was brought to council a number of years ago, and I recall that conversation quite well. Maybe not all the specifics of it, but I do know that there was a very intentional approach taken by council, and that there were some further reductions that were proposed or suggested by administration, and council at the time took the approach of reducing, but not the full reduction that was being proposed. And that's a decision that today I still stand by. I think that was the right decision of council. Based on Build's conversation with us here recently, certainly there was some greater dialogue about widths in general, but I do recall the most specific one being around row house dwelling internal units. And the conversation in part was about, or was brought up in the conversation, development in West Terra that had initially been proposed as row housing. That was, application came in and rezoned for zero lot line homes. And when that question was asked, we heard that it was because we had 16-foot build pockets for those row housing, and that they had been looking for 14, and our land use bylaw was prohibitive to that effect. So I appreciate that the 2 feet that we're hearing about does speak specifically to that. I'm less in favor of this being a wholesale change to all building types within these zones that are indicated in the tables in our agenda package. And so if the motion this evening was to reduce those row house dwelling internal units by 2 feet, would certainly have my support, but I'm not supportive of the wholesale change this amendment is proposing.
Okay, thank you for your commentary. Any other questions, comments, debate on that? I'll push that to administration. In terms of the reduction of building pockets to, reduction of 2 feet to 14, does that only apply to row housing? Because in R4 mixed residential, there is detached dwellings, semi-detached duplex dwellings, and 3 to 4 unit row housing. So is it for all housing types within that zoning, or just for the row housing?
Through your worship to all of council, I'm just going to share my screen here to show the more detailed tables. So when it does refer to tables 1, 2, 3, and 4, you can see here on the screen, we've taken, so this again is the R4 mixed form residential district. We're indicating here that this is a 22 building pocket. Ultimately, these here are all the land use bylaw references for the new, minimums to lot widths. And then these ones here are the ones to the related areas. And I'll just quickly flip through here. So again, this is the 20 building pocket in the R4, and then the R5 for the 14, and then ultimately the R6B for the 14 building pocket. So ultimately, this is kind of the detail of that motion, but ultimately it would line up with those 22, 20, and 14-foot building pockets.
Okay. So the motion is to reduce all building pockets by 2 feet in those categories. Is that what the?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, again, referring back to the discussion that was held in first reading with Build, there was a discussion around the 22-foot pocket and the 20-foot pocket. And it spoke to, they were speaking specifically in regards to detached residential versus zero lot line residential, and they were talking about how the 20-foot lot width fit a home with the appropriate setbacks to not necessarily require a zero lot line. They were referring to the ability to provide a comparable product to the zero lot line home on a non-zero lot line lot. And so it was allowing them to still have the similar style and size and value of home, but centered on the lot where it would have equal side yard setbacks that would not require variance and that would be compliant with our land use bylaw.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Worship, through to administration. As I read, I just pulled up the Build letter that come to us, and that recommendation from Build was R5 district reduce the width to accommodate 12 to 14. And now we're talking R4, R5, and R6? And all size buildings? Is that what we're? Because when I look at the lead sheet that comes specifically from Build, it speaks specifically to R5 district and the 12 to 14 and the 25 depth. So I'm not quite following why we want to, and maybe Councilor Laurie can just clarify a little bit why he has included R4, R5, and R6 when Build was specifically to R5.
Go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko and all of council. So ultimately, when we did some research on this and looked back, the reason why the 22, 20, and 14 foots were recommended by administration was that we were trying to look at what is kind of an industrial standard for the various types and forms, whether it's a lane product or a front attached. These were the numbers that we were given by the industry at the time. So although the Build letter is specific to the 14 foot, and it does mention the 12, but again, the 14 is what we're recommending, in alignment with what we had previously recommended several years back. Ultimately, what we wanted to do is ensure that if we are making a change for the 2 foot for that one, that it's represented in all the different zones that it should be, so that it's done comprehensively and well planned out, as opposed to just kind of a knee-jerk reaction for one district, as opposed to all of them in a holistic manner.
Okay. Let me ask that question. So just for clarity and understanding, so if you look at page 101 of our agenda, where it talks about lot width for rear lane access and all that stuff. So these are done in meters versus feet. So I don't know, are we comparing apples to apples or subtracting the right amount?
Through your worship to all of council, in essence, 2 feet is approximately 0.6 or 0.7 meters. It does depend. So if you do look through the numbers, it might vary slightly. But again, this is to make sure that it does equal the building pocket size. So there's no conflict where we need to do, say, like a small variance just because it's slightly off. Administration has gone through all the numbers to ensure that that does meet that criteria.
Okay, so if this amendment passes and we pass the update, then administration will go and change the numbers so they're correct.
Correct, your worship, based on these tables here.
Okay. Go ahead.
So while I greatly appreciate the fact that administration is trying to make this simple, one of the things that I learned over the 9 years that I've been on council, that not always is things simple, and it's not always the best thing to do. And you know, one of the things I've seen in council over the years that I've been here is that we think methodically and we try things before we jump with both feet in and make huge mistakes. And I'm just wondering if today is a mistake by making all of those comparable to be able to be done when we've only been asked for a specific thing at this point in time. It does give us the opportunity to be able to put something in place that allows for a trial period to see just how well that works. Just a bit of a comment in addition to some of the information you provided today, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, I'll add some commentary and I'll go back to you, Councillor Anderson. So I do support the motion in concept. I think when we had first reading and Bill was here, they were just talking about the townhouses and as they could not build because we had 16 feet pockets for the internal townhouses and row housing. And that's why they chose to change that R5 from what it was to an R5 zero lot line. Through that conversation, I did not hear anything about changing the rest of the lots by 2 feet. And the letter that did come from Bill after that, was that first reading, did not mention reducing all our lots by 2 feet. So personally, I do support the concept of it and allowing more row housing in our community. But I do not support a 2 feet reduction in all those land use of the R4, R5, and R6. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate a second shot at this, but very, very quickly, I heard a couple of things that stood out for me. I heard industrial standard, and I think we've been proudly uniquely Stony Plain. And part of that is not following what everybody else is doing because we've listened specifically to what our residents are asking from us. The letter I know has been mentioned a couple of times, but it is very, very specific in the letter, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, 14 foot, 12 to 14 building pockets, and then specific to row housing formats. And so part of me wonders if going from what the specific ask is to a wholesale change is a bit of a knee-jerk reaction on our part and a desire to make it more accessible for industry and business when they've asked for something very specific that we can easily accommodate. And finally, just a reminder of the law of unintended consequences. And Build has come forward with this. They've come forward with a specific ask. We discussed it with Build about a specific product and a specific type. And I think my comfort, as I mentioned earlier, is with supporting that specific discussion around 14-foot row houses. But I'm a little bit leery of that law of unintended consequences making that wholesale change. And we'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, go ahead, Councilor Laurie to close.
Thank you, Your Worship, and definitely appreciate the conversation around, and do want to recognize that the written letter that was provided spoke directly to the 14-foot lot width. It also spoke to a recommendation that administration is not proposing after full review in regard to the reduction of the minimum lot depth in the R5 district to 25 meter and accessory dwellings and so on and so forth. So I want to recognize that our administration did take a good opportunity to review the asks of build. However, the lot width was discussed when Build was here during first reading, though not as much as the internal of the row housing units. That certainly was the crux of the conversation. But one of the gleaning things that I took from it was the conversation around zero lot lines. And we've had many conversations around zero lot line here in council chambers and some of the challenges that can present. The key fact that stood out to me was the reduction to the 20-foot pocket from the 22-foot pocket allowed them to build the same home that is currently being built on the zero lot line product, but on a regular lot, not a zero lot line lot. And that allowed for the appropriate side yard on both sides of the homes with the appropriate setbacks from the lot line. And so essentially what it was creating was the same development as zero lot line, but without a zero lot line lot. Because as we know, on the zero lot line, that home is shifted over in the pocket size. And so when we talk about our housing strategy, when we talk about the different plans that we've had put forward, when we look at some of the challenges that we've had in the contemplation, I'll say it, of zero lot line in the community, I do think that it was, again, spoken to slightly. Our administration has taken the opportunity to do a comprehensive review. They are recommending it. Also, again, absolutely uniquely Stony Plain, I completely support, but one of the challenges that we continue to hear is that when we fragment our various plans and standards and so on and so forth, and we have difference in one category and a similar in another and a difference in another, it becomes very challenging for developers when they are working with the town of Stony Plain and trying to understand exactly what is and isn't allowed. There's a key line here that I'd like to highlight, and it's administration, and they talk about how this creates an alignment within our plan within those three land uses. And so we've seen the chart, we've seen the administrative support, we heard from Build, we've heard what the challenges are on the current lots, we've addressed some of those. I would support this the way that it is and that administration is putting forward to have that reduction of 2 feet across the three zones.
Okay, thank you for the closing comments. And with that, I think make sure we're clear. Can we hold the screen up? So again, the amendment is to, okay, it just has the tables 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. Do we need a page number for council to reference? Where are we at? Gotta find that again, sorry.
Page 215, Your Worship.
Thank you. Okay, so that is (215) to 218.
Yeah, it just carries on from 215, one table per page, I guess is the way I would put it,
Yes, it is.
to 218.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Yeah, that amendment is defeated. Okay, back to original motion, questions, comments, debate, and any amending motions to create what we just heard. Okay, see none. Deputy Mayor, I'll pass you the chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Please go ahead.
Okay, so where am I? Page number Okay, on page 214, the recommendation is to remove the requirements for internal row housing to have rear yard access from public lands. I'd like to just leave that in there, but I'd like just to remove that, that there is the requirement for internal row housing to have rear yard access, period. So it doesn't have to be a public land, a walkway or pathway. If there is developers that want to build this, then they have to have an agreement that allows access to the backyard. Make sure that.
Thank you, Your Worship. So for clarity, under the regulation change that administration provided, stating remove the requirement for internal row housing to have rear yard access from public land, you are asking that that be struck and reverted to the previous version of the land use bylaw.
No, that'd be just, what would be struck is remove the requirement for access from public land. So there will still be access, but not from public lands. So if they wanted to do a open fence where there's a caveat where they can go back and forth, but as long as they, that way, then the access does not have to come from an alleyway, a pathway, or a road. It can come from that development itself, but there is still access to the internal housing of the row housing.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll wait for administration to capture that. Your Worship, reading the proposed amendment that is showing right now, is that the essence of your motion?
That is pretty close to the essence, yes.
Just confirming, Your Worship, pretty close, or it is?
Well, it was not my words, 100%. It's been wordsmith.
It meets the intent.
It meets the intent.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Or should I take one from Mr. Dibble? It depends.
Thank you, Your Worship. Go ahead, please speak to that.
Definitely, I understand the rationale. Definitely, maybe some difficulties in terms of building row housing in our community. But we do have these types of houses that are built in our community with issues from the owners and residents that live in them, and it's the access to their backyards. So I think there was mentioned a couple areas, definitely in Meridian Loop and also in Genesis. We have properties that have been built that the internal row housing do not have direct access to their backyard. So that means they would have to carry everything through the front, for example, for a barbecue, to the house, to the kitchen, to the bedroom, however they have to go to the backyard. But if we add and leave that restriction in there where it says they still have to have access, but not from public lands, then that means it gives the builders more ability to decide how they want to orientate the properties so that they still have access, but maybe not from a direct public lands like a roadway, like an alley, like a pathway, or like a green space. So I think this kind of achieves what they want to do, but without kind of limiting the quality of life and the satisfaction of someone living in these internal row units. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate that. And reading the proposed amendment, I believe we would need to remove the from public lands at the end of that amendment, therefore allowing access to occur from other private property.
That is correct.
Okay, administration, if we can have that change. While we're waiting for that to appear, I'll open the floor for any questions, comments, or debate on the amendment.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that change?
Thank you. So based on what Mayor Choi is requesting as the amendment, the last three words from public land would need to be removed, therefore allowing an agreement to be struck for access from private lands or adjacent landowners to be sufficient. Thank you very much. Looking for any questions, comments, or debate? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor and Mr. Mayor, for bringing the motion forward. Just for clarity, this doesn't prohibit the access being from public lands. It still could be public lands, but it also could be other mechanisms. Is that the intent here?
I'll look to administration, but I believe that is the intent, that it can occur from public or private lands.
Your worship, to all of council, I guess my recommendation might be to just reinstate the original wording if the intent is really that you want to ensure that there is access to the rear of each lot, whether it's access via a public area, as in it backs into a municipal reserve or a public utility lot, or if it's therefore created via a access easement agreement through side yards. The original statement did allow for both of those options, whereas right now it's not indicative that you would be able to achieve this via, say, an MR. This is only specifically speaking for through private property as opposed to public property.
Thank you. So returning to your worship, would you consider then, as originally mentioned, to strike the proposed amendment from administration and return to the original text of the land use bylaw?
I'm okay with that. Listening to what the commentary was from administration, but where it says, the regulations says the requirement for internal row housing to have rear access from public land. So which then, if we're looking at the land use bylaw, if it was implied, you can have private access too. So if we remove them, then you would have access from either one, or we can add the word from public or private land.
So if I may, through yourself, worship, to all of council. So just to read it out in terms of how it currently is in the present land use bylaw. So internal row house dwelling units must have direct access available to the rear yards from public lands, such as municipal reserve, environmental reserve, public utility lot, lane, or other road right-of-way, or indirect via an access easement or other mechanism that would ensure perpetual access is available to the rear lots from public land. So this is basically saying that it has to be automatically from public land or an alternative through private land. But either way, the important thing is access from rear yards to public land, which I believe is what council is discussing, ensuring that that is met.
Thank you. So again, clarity, your worship, the original wording of the bylaw is the standard is public land, but it allowed for access through agreement from private land. The proposed change was to remove the requirement from public land completely.
Then I'm happy to just make a motion to reinstate that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we'll go to administration again, if we can have that changed to revert the removal of internal row housing to have rear yard access from public land back to the original text of the land use bylaw. And again, with clarity on that, I will look for any other questions, comments, or matters of debate on it. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, I had asked a question of clarity, so I appreciate this, and I'm supportive of reverting back to the original wording.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll just wait for administration to get that up on the screen to make sure that we all have clarity on the motion.
Yeah, we're working on it right here, but I believe, just again for clarification, the notion would just be to strike that change. So it would revert to, the current writing, because I believe it may show up a couple times, or is it just once through the regulation?
Your worship, to all of council, there are 6 instances that phrase is in the bylaw, so.
Yeah, so your worship, I think, we can try to word a motion here, but it may just be to, strike those changes from the bylaw. And to revert whatever we want to call this, access from rear yards in certain sections. Yeah, I think I'm looking at it now. apologize, Your Worship, rest of the council. We just want to make sure we got this right, and frankly, we're just double checking it. All right, Your Worship, I'll maybe just make a bit of a comment, but and just allow everybody to take a quick look at this. But I think what this is indicating is that we would include the original clause requiring row housing, and those are the numbering of the sections where it's all applicable. And yeah, at the same time, I'm just going to double check with our manager of planning as the one that certainly knows the writing of this thing better than anybody else.
Go ahead.
Through Your Worship, to all of council, I would say this gets to the general intent. It is something that we can make sure is done properly in the bylaw. Ultimately, there would be some numbering, section changes, and so forth, but ultimately, we would make those as part of subsequent, I guess, changes to ensure this is done properly.
Thank you. Mayor Choi, confirming this has retained the essence of your motion?
After all the conversation and the feedback from members of council and administration, yes.
Thank you very much. Any closing comments?
Yes, I appreciate the commentary. I asked members of council to support this. I think heard around the table many times is uniquely Stony Plain, and we definitely want to create an environment where residents have, the best abilities to enjoy their property. And having this removed does not allow them to have the best opportunity to enjoy the property. So that's why I'm asking to have it be reinstated. And I ask you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. With that, call to question. All those in favor of the amendment? That's carried unanimously. I'll pass the chair back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate it. Thank you for taking the chair on that. Members of council, any more questions, comments, and debate or amendments to the proposed bylaw? Councilor Anderson, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the conversation around the build letter and reducing the minimum width in the R5 district specific to internal row housing, I would like to put a motion on the floor for council's consideration to that effect. And so I don't know if admin had something there. I'd sent sort of a update earlier, or I can sort of craft one here if that's preferable.
Through Your Worship, to all of council, just some details in terms of what specifically is being asked for. So is it to allow the 14-foot building pocket to all of the various uses in the R5?
The 14-foot build pocket specific to row housing dwelling internal units in the R5.
Excuse me, through Your Worship, to all of council and specifically Councillor Anderson. So what I'd recommend in that case is that we would ask, if you're specifically just referring to the internal row house units, that would be an amendment that in table 3, 2.644C, that change be done, and the 2.645C.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah.
If I could add, my assumption is that they are talking about all row house units and not necessarily just internal, but that would just be my commentary in terms of the intent there, given that typically when they're building row housing, they're building each unit of that row house to the same standard. They're typically done that way. That would just expand that to be the bottom two, or the bottom two rows. So C and D here, and then C and D here, in terms of allowing that.
Fair enough. I did, my understanding of the conversation with Build was specific to internal units. Going to their letter, it does look to specify just row housing formats in the R5 district. And so that would make sense to me. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you for the motion, the amendment. We'll let the administration take up and add that in. I'll let you go ahead and.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much for me to add here. Certainly, it's a desire to be responsive to industry. They took the time to come into chambers to participate in the discussion. This was a piece that they spoke quite at length to, and then in follow-up took the time to provide the suggestion again with a letter and a summary table. And so in a desire to balance what is uniquely Stony Plain and maintain the look and feel of our town while also trying to respond specific to industry feedback. It's my understanding that this will also allow more affordable housing types within our community, and we heard that through build as well, and that we may have lost potentially some row housing that were changed to a more expensive format in the zero lot line because we weren't able to accommodate this. And so with that being said, I think I've spoken at length about this one this evening and would encourage my colleagues to support it.
Okay. Thank you. And Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just looking at this amendment, and I'm just wondering why we would not be including Table 4. Those are the Table 3 and Table 4, which is R5 and R6B. Those would be both the tables that had their recommended building pocket changes down to 14 feet. I'm just wondering, if we only change Table 3, does that then mean that Table 4 is reverted back to the 16 feet previous?
So I'll speak to the intent of my motion to be responsive to build, and that was the intent of only referencing Table 3, which was specific to R5. This very well, you may be correct that this may be something that as an industry they may be looking for, but it wasn't what build spoke to us about, and my intent this evening is to ensure that we can be responsive to the advocacy that was in our chambers and provided to us by letter. And so I've chosen to make the motion specific to the R5, not the R6B zoning.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions, comments, debate on the motion?
Your Worship, I'm wondering if I can get administration's answer in regards to R6B, the difference between R5 and R6B, and why we would retain a different lot width within those two.
Okay. Administration?
To Councillor Anderson and all of council. Ultimately, this would just create a little bit of I'll say a little bit of a disalignment ultimately, but in effect what it does create is it allows a 16-foot building pocket in the R6. Typically the R6 is a little bit more dense, so in this case it would retain the 25-meter depth, which does allow density from a depth perspective, but not from a width perspective. So it would still require wider lots in the R6 to be pursued if a developer did wish to pursue the R6 as opposed to the R5. I will add as commentary that the R5 is probably the more common of our districts in terms of recent subdivisions, where the R6 is a little bit more of a unique one for comprehensively planned sites. But just for some comments.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pacheco?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to speak a little bit to that too. It goes back to my comment earlier. I think what Build has specifically asked for was a subdivision or an R5 zoning to be specific to what they wanted at this point in time. By allowing that in the request that they've asked us for, it does not mean that they can't come back and ask for it. Yes, I understand that it might be a little easier at the planning stage for it to be somewhat consistent along the way, but not always do what we do in Stony Plain is consistent. And this is the opportunity, I think, that we're giving Bill to be able to do things within our community. We've sat here and listened. We had a great discussion with the people from Build, and that was a letter that they sent back to us that was very specific to a zoning. So I think from my aspect sitting here, unless I hear the wisdom of council tell me different, I would support the R5 and not the R6B.
Okay. Any more questions, comments, debate? Go ahead, Councillor Lord, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to quote directly from the build letter, the amendments we are seeking are modest, reducing minimum lot width to accommodate 12 to 14-foot building pockets and reducing minimum lot depth to 25 meters would enable narrower and shallower row housing formats that respond to demonstrator market demand and support greater affordability. Accommodating accessory suites within the R5 district is a permitted or discretionary use subject to parking and site restrictions. So they do reference R5. They also reference it. The current bylaw does not address a gap in the R5 and so on and so forth. I believe the intent, and again, in listening to Build when they were speaking, the intent was to allow the 12 or 14-foot building pockets for row housing. And so by leaving R6, which is the comprehensive plan, out of this, I feel we're creating a disparity between the exact same product and what's being asked for. Again, looking for simplicity and consistency and clarity in our land use bylaw. I would recommend that we would keep the row housing units equitable between R5 and R6 in order to achieve that. I'd look to the original mover for a friendly, but if it's not friendly, I would propose an amending motion.
Do appreciate that, and if I may, Mr. Mayor, I do believe if my colleague would like to make that motion, it does not actually have to be amending the motion that's on the floor. We can deal with this one, and he could choose to put that on the floor specific to the R6P district once this motion has been dealt with. I don't believe there's anything here that would prohibit him from making that motion independent of the one that's on the floor.
Okay. Thank you, and that is correct, but I would consider we're talking about the same lot width. I'd prefer to, as recommended by administration, to, if we have to deal with it both at the same time, would probably be good, unless somebody wants, we can vote that down as an amendment. Before we move on there, I'd like to provide my comments, and I think this is good, as we said around the table. We heard from Build Alberta in terms of some of the difficulties they're having to build in Stony Plain, especially in terms of row housing, and they're asking about the different sizes. But if you look at the R422 build pockets, the internal row housing is 6.3 to 7.9 on the ends, and then the 20-foot building pockets for the R4 is 6.1 for internal and 7.3 for the external ones. However, for the R4 or the R5 that we're talking about, the building pockets, the width is 4.3 on the internal and 5.5 for the external ones. And on page 217, for the R6B, the row housing units for the internal are 4.3 and 5.5. So out of those different row housing types, I can see, the R4, the 22, and the 20-foot building pockets don't align, which is fine. I don't think that was addressed. But when you're looking at the internal row housing for R5 and R6B, currently in our land use bylaw, they do align. So my way of thinking is if we want to make this change so it is easier for developers to come in to build, is to keep the ones that are aligned to be aligned versus to have R5 have the ability to go smaller, but R6 does not. So that was my commentary on this debate. So I'll leave that up to members of council to where we go from there. Councillor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just for clarity, so when you speak to page 218 and 217, and you're speaking specifically to the R5 and the R6B zone, when I look at the lot area minimums, is that what you're referring to, that they're identical? Because they're not.
The width, the lot width. So that's how wide so it's 4.3 meters and then 5.5 for the end units. And on page 218, so the lot width for the internal is 4.3 and 5.5. So the width is the same on both of those.
Is that not the proposed or is that the current? This is an optional change. What is it today? What is the current? So I'll ask administration this question then. On the R6B and the R5, what is the row housing dwelling internal unit width and end unit width for both those? Are they consistent today? Or is this just, like what I'm looking at here, is a proposed consistent? What are they currently?
Through your worship to Councillor Pellechko and all of council, in both the R5 and the R6B, the internal row house units are 4.8 meters and 155 square meters for the area current, and both were proposed in the tables to go down to 4.3 and 140 square meters. So again, all of the widths and areas align in the R5 and the R6B. Sorry, let me rephrase that. In terms of the widths, due to the 25-meter lot depth, the areas are different. But the widths are the same in both the R5 and the R6B.
Okay, so it's, the area is different opposed to the widths.
Right now, yes. Yeah, but the width.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just looking for clarification. Thank you.
Right. Councilor Nabergo?
Thank you, Worship. This will be completely speculation, but can anybody speak to why Bill's letter may only have referenced the one section?
Go ahead.
Your worship to Councillor Nabergo. I believe the rationale, again, is because if you look at what Build and Qualico in particular has been doing in West Terra and South Creek, they typically just zone it R5, so it is the standard one that they typically apply, so they probably just use that as their default for reference purposes, would be my guess.
Okay, and thank you. And then also during first reading, we had a lot of conversation about the R5. Okay, any more questions, comments, and debate on the motions? Councilor Lowry, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. The first question I have is to administration on this. Table 3 does not have 2.6.4.5.c or 2.6.4.5.d. It only has 2.6.4.4.c, 2.6.4.4.d. So I'm not sure what those last 2 points are. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So the amending motion that's currently on lists a 2645C and a 2645D referenced under Table 3, but they don't appear in Table 3.
Those are the lot areas as opposed to the lot widths. First two being the lot widths, second two being the lot areas.
Okay, so we're not proposing an area change, or no, I guess we would be proposing an area change because the lot width will change that based on depth, okay? Your Worship, I'd like to propose an amendment to this, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just propose that we include Table 4 for the R6B Comprehensive Plan Residential District, which would be 2.7.8.5.c, 2.7.8.5.d, 2.7.8.6.c, 2.7.8.6.d.
Yes, you can. And we can amend it again and again if you like.
And while this is being prepared, I can speak to it.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, just very simply based on discussion that we've had there, just looking for clarity and consistency within the land use bylaw. R5 and R6 are generally comparable in respect to lot widths. It is a simple difference in R6 being a comprehensively planned, which then allows for a shallower lot depth. And so I believe it would be in the best interest of us for working with our development community to retain that consistency as we had in our previous land use bylaw. In the previous version of the land use bylaw, these were the same lot width. My proposal would be that with this amendment, we keep them at the same lot width.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, so the amendment is on the floor. So the amendment on top of the amendment is to add table 4. The floor is open for questions, comments, and debate. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and do appreciate the conversation around continuity. The one thing I want to point out, along with, it wasn't included in Bill's request, but I know people that have lived in row houses. I've lived in row houses, family that continue to live in row houses, and the one thing I've never said or heard anybody say is I want less lot area. Your lot area becomes your saving grace when you are in a row housing type of situation, and certainly I can appreciate we're looking for continuity here, but we're already going from 120 meters squared in lot area down to 110. And so, yes, we're looking at some continuity between R5 and R6B, but the residents that will eventually call those units home will be losing 10 square meters in lot area. And again, I don't believe I've ever heard anybody say they want less yard. So my recommendation is that we stay with R5 as billed as requested, and that we continue to be uniquely Stony Plain in our offerings and our consideration of the look and feel of our community.
Thank you for your comments. And move on to the rest of council. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, I will support the amendment. I think from what I hear from my conversation and what I see, I think it is better to be consistent, especially on these two land uses. But I am open to the wisdom of council and the vote that will happen in a minute. Do you want to close?
No, thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. And that is carried. Okay, so we're going back to the original amendment with the addition. Okay, as administration is adding those two together, any questions, comments, and debate on the amendments again? Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Being that I originally had put forward the motion to reduce the lot width in all 3 by the 2 feet, I will be supportive of this. I think, again, it's carefully measured. It allows us to retain being uniquely Stony Plain in taking small steps forward in our land use bylaw to provide improvements of access to housing for residents currently in the town, residents who are looking to the town. We understand through the community that there are varying type of housing in which people wish to reside, and I think this is responsive to what we've heard of demands, as well as responsive to what we're hearing in the industry, as well as being cautious with steps forward in our land use bylaw to open up to new housing types, sizes, and formats. So appreciate all the questions, comments, and debates around the counter today. I think this again is good progress as we've made previously before in our land use bylaw, and I'll be supportive of this change.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, Councilor Anderson?
I believe I have reached my word limit on this one, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is carried. Great, we're finishing 8.1, so let's take a recess, another 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll get back to business on 8.3. Okay, welcome back. Council has come back from recess. And as you've heard, council had a lively conversation, debate. So we've had an amendment, and then we had an amendment on top of an amendment. That amendment passed, so that was added to the original amendment. And then we had that debate, and then that amendment was passed 6-1. So now the original motion by Deputy Mayor is as amended. Okay, Deputy Mayor, any closing comments, I guess?
No, thank you.
You're up to your word count too? Nope, 100%. This is a great conversation, and I think I always tell everybody that we have a great council because we all bring our different perspectives and have that ability to have that conversation, debate about it, vote for it, and then continue to move on. So again, this is for second reading as amended. See no more hands up. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is carried. Councilor Peshko for third reading, please.
Yes, thank you, Worship. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2735 LUO/26.
Okay. Anything to add, administration? Okay. So members council, the floor is open. Questions, comments, and debate on the motion for third reading. Councilor Peshko, you want opening comments? Okay, looking down the table. All right, so I hit my word count. In favor? Opposed? Okay, well that's good work. All in favor?
Sorry.
Yep.
Just
Yep.
did we make the third reading, sorry? We did.
Yes, Councilor Peshko just made the third reading, unless you want to debate on it.
No, sorry.
Okay, so I'll call the question again. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is carried. Okay, moving on to 8.3 on our bylaws is the cemetery bylaw. And this is an amendment. Go ahead, administration.
Pardon me. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Tonight I'm here to present a proposed amendment to the cemetery bylaw. The changes are largely administrative and technical and are intended to ensure the bylaw aligns with the Cemeteries Act, reflects current cemetery operations, and provides clarity as we move forward towards the opening of the new cemetery. The cemetery bylaw provides an opportunity to ensure best practices continue to be applied, respond to evolving trends, and burial and memorialization, and confirm the bylaw meets provincial legislative requirements. These amendments do not introduce new services. They are about consistency, compliance, and clarity. This slide highlights the changes there and definitions within the cemetery sections. Several updates are here to correct terminology and to reflect how the cemetery will actually function. Green burial language was updated in reference to the medallion rather than the plaque, as green burials are memorialized on the group monument. The definition of interment has been cleaned up to remove a duplicate wording. There was no operational change. Clarifications were made around memorials and niche covers to reflect standard practice, where inscriptions occur directly on the niche door rather than medallions. These changes reduce the confusion for families to ensure that the staff are following clear, consistent rules. I want to take some time and speak to the veteran definition changes being proposed. The previous bylaw did not contain a clear definition of the word veteran, which created some uncertainty around eligibility and interment for the veterans area. The amendment introduces a formal definition of veteran that aligns with the Royal Canadian Legion's nationally recognized definition. This includes individuals who have served in the Canadian Armed Forces, Allied Forces, the RCMP, peace officers in special duty areas, and wartime service roles. The reasons for this change is twofold. First, it ensures that clarity and consistency for staff and families when determining eligibility, removing discretionary or subjective decision-making. Second, the amendment responds directly to feedback we received from the local Royal Canadian Legion, who emphasized the importance of clear eligibility criteria and alignment with the broader veteran recognition frameworks. The veterans areas definitions has also been updated to align with the new veteran definition, ensuring both sections are working together. It's important to note that this amendment does not create new entitlements or change federal eligibility for the veterans' burial benefits. It strictly governs eligibility within the town cemetery. Moving on to further changes, burial plot dimensions were corrected to align with the Cemeteries Act. The sizes referenced in the original bylaw were incorrect and required some adjustment. The clause restricting liners and vaults has also been removed. This does not require their use, it simply allows families the option, recognizing both environmental considerations and personal preferences. References to medallions or niche covers were removed, and as inscriptions are completed directly on the niche door. Finally, the cancellation provision was amended to confirm reimbursements are based on market value for time of resale and consistent with provincial legislation. Council is being asked to consider the first reading of cemetery bylaw amendment this evening, and if Council chooses, proceed to second and third. Approval will allow the amended bylaw to come into effect and support the opening of the new cemetery. Before closing, I would just like to provide a brief update on timelines. Consistent with the timelines previously presented to Council, administration is finalizing details with anticipated sales beginning on June 1st. This is in recognition of being within the month of May. However, the end of May is May 31st on Sunday. So sales are anticipated to start on June 1st. This will also coincide with announcements in June for further phased openings occurring in the summer and fall. That concludes my presentation. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and the proposed changes to the cemetery bylaw. Members of council, questions for clear and understanding? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Referring to page 268, the definition of veteran. Just wondering if we can have a little bit of light shed. So again, this states a regular member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police or a peace officer in a special duty area or on a special duty operation. So I'm looking for clarity then, would this then preclude anyone who is a member of a police force that was not the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, so say the Edmonton Police Service, so on and so forth? And what exactly is a special duty area or special duty operation?
Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Deputy Mayor and all of Council. So I can answer the first question. It would not include municipal police officers, only the RCMP. And then as for your question, sorry, about a special duty operation or a special duty area, I unfortunately don't know the exact definition of what that is, but it is defined in the, like with the terminology that the Legion or the police force use. So if you give me some time, I can look that up to define that specifically for you.
Thank you, Your Worship and administration. This is a difficult one because it's essentially determining who deserves special recognition or not for a service that they've provided for the greater good to the public. Previously, our definition of veteran was basically related to any type of service in essentially a military type capacity. With moving to the Legion's definition, we're now opening it up to members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police or peace officers in the special duty area or special duty operation, which definition coming forthwith. But I'm wondering, and I'm challenged to understand the difference in recognition between a regular member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police or a regular member of an Edmonton Police Service, for example. Challenged in the differentiation between a regular member of a police force and a firefighter or another first responder. There's many different classifications that do exist of people who hold exemplary jobs that serve the public, jobs that put themselves in danger, jobs that are considered very honorable and would be deserving of recognition of a special place to rest. So I'm a little challenged on this one in how selective we be as to who and who is not to be included in this area of the cemetery for that type of recognition. So I'll wait to see if we get a little bit more definition, and I'd be interested to hear some thoughts from other members of council on this.
Your worship, I can provide that extra definition quickly. So a peace officer in a special duty area or special duty operation is recognized by the Royal Canadian Legion and Veterans Affairs Canada as a veteran qualifying for specialized benefits due to service in high-risk designated areas or missions, often international, such as UN peace missions.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarity on the definition. Yeah, I don't think it necessarily changes the premise of my thoughts on it.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just ask a question on top of that then. In terms of the proposed definition change, I think it was, with the current one that we do have, it was very, very limited. So it did not have the RCMP and it did not have the peace officers, I believe. So, and I think the question again asks, what is the difference between a RCMP that served overseas as part, or a like Edmonton police officer that served overseas in deployment?
Your worship, I can maybe provide some comment, I guess it would be. Just a bit of I guess I'll just say as comment. So, you know, I appreciate the dialogue in that I would put you know, this topic of definition, you know, probably into a broader umbrella of what has been a developing definition from what I would say probably over the course of going on near a century at this point in Canada. You know, I mean, from the creation of the nation to some early wars in 1900s where we fought, Canada fought as part of the Commonwealth even into World War I. And then following into World War II, Korean War, and so on and so forth. The definition has continued to expand in that, you know, a veteran was at one time considered, you know, Boer War and World War I. And then it would, you know, World War II, so on and so forth. And you can see the definition expanding. Again, the federal definition speaks very much to some benefit abilities as a veteran. I think there was some commentary, UN forces, or when Canada is called for UN forces, often, but not every time, the RCMP will be involved with that. In the event, now I'm just surmising to a degree, in the event that a member of a municipal police force from anywhere in Canada, you know, was called to be part of that, I would expect that would fall under peace officer as part of a special duty operation of sorts. So I think I'll just stop there. There's a bit of perspective, and we can certainly answer more or continue further, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for your commentary. Move to Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I did a little bit of research because I kind of felt like Councilor Laurie did. So I'm just going to read you a few things that I found as I was going through it. The Royal Canadian Legion defines a veteran as any person who is serving or has honorably served in the Canadian Armed Forces, the Commonwealth, or its wartime allies, or as a regular member of the Royal Canadian Mounted RCMP. Goes on to say a veteran is a veteran. The definition covers anyone who has signed on the dotted line and served regardless of whether that service was during a conflict or in Canada. And the modernization of this definition, from what I can see and what I've read, was the definition, it was updated in 2014 to formally include RCMP peace officers who served in specialized risky operations, example, UN missions. So I think some of that definition has changed over the time from what we kind of traditionally thought it was. I do respect the fact that, you know, we all appreciate that there's firefighters, there's a number, you know, the EMS, there's a number of things, City of Edmonton Police, any of them could probably serve on a mission. And I think at that point in time, from what I would read, that might include them in it, but it doesn't go on to specifically state any of them other than the RCMP. So just some of the stuff that I found that when I was once I read this, trying to put my own brain around how a veteran is a veteran and what they conclude today. But I think even when I talked to, a former counselor, Councilor Loy, he was over there on special missions for the RCMP. So, they've gone, they've served our country, they've done their due diligence that they need to, and the veterans or the Legion has now included that in their definition. So just some points that I found.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Plaschko, for your comments. Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Sorry, just want to back up the conversation a bit. I'm just a touch confused. Are we saying any RCMP member, or are we saying any RCMP member that has served as in a special duty area?
Administration?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Minor of Councillor, we are saying all RCMP members.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. And just a question for clarity. So those changes in terms of definition of veteran, did that come from our staff, or how was that initiated?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to you and all of Council. It was originated through a request from the Legion directly to us, and then it was something that we did research and look at.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That provides some clarity. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Loynes, for the motion, please.
Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2741/G/26, a bylaw to amend the cemetery bylaw 2710/G/24.
Thank you. The motion is on the floor for first reading. We've heard some of the changes that are proposed by administration. Some questions for clarity. And now the floor is open for debate, comments, and amendments if council feels it is appropriate. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I knew this was going to be a tough one. I don't know that I've shared in this forum my connection to our Canadian forces, and we'll do so just briefly. But grandparents served in the Canadian Navy, numerous aunts and uncles in the Canadian Air Force. And my cousins, many of them, the majority of them, served in the armed forces, in the Army. And I'm a bit of a black sheep in my family as a result. And so the fact that we would honor our veterans in this manner, to me, is easy. It's an easy decision. Our veterans are those that are the reason that we sit here today, that fought for peace, not just for us as Canadians, but around the world. In fact, a couple of weeks ago in the Netherlands, there is a ceremony of Canada's contributions in liberating the Dutch people, and they continue to honor our forces members today. And so I think there's an easy part to this when it comes to Canada's veterans. And I hate to say this because those that serve in our RCMP fill a very similar role at home. They keep the peace, they keep us safe, they go into situations that many of us have no desire, willingness, drive, courage, even if I speak for myself, to go into. As do our firefighters, as do our ambulance responders. And so I went back and forth on this one from a personal standpoint, believing that it needs to be our veterans. It needs to be those that have served or continue to serve our country in the Canadian Forces. And so just like some of my colleagues did some reading, and it's changed my perspective a little bit. 110%, I believe we need to honor our veterans in this way. But if we go to Veterans Affairs, they actually talk about services they provide to former, and in many cases serving members of the RCMP as well. And so we've got two organizations, the Legion, who are tremendous advocates for veterans in our community, and Veterans Affairs, who provide services to our veterans across the country, who have decided to acknowledge our RCMP members as well. And so, as it's written in front of us today, I certainly support the definition as provided, but I want to state that with the stipulation that in no way does that suggest I don't value the contributions of other service members in our community. One of the things that Veterans Affairs has done, and this is something that would be interested to hear from my colleagues on council, but they've also extended services to civilians who have made a tremendous wartime effort or service. And not every member or not every individual that contributes to our country, to our safety, to our peace as a nation, wears the Canadian Forces uniform, but there are others that make tremendous impacts over the years, and we heard whether that's United Nations or otherwise. And so probably using a lot of words to say not a lot, but want to again acknowledge my support for the definition before us. I say that with all the confidence, knowing that that's a definition supported by the Legion and by Veterans Affairs, and would be open to expanding that definition to others who have contributed in a tremendous way during wartime. But I think I would have a tough time if we were to redact or retract this in any way. And knowing that I have families that served and lost their lives to keep us safe, to keep Canada strong and free. This is an important one for us as a community.
Thank you for sharing, Councillor Anderson, and we definitely appreciate your family's work in providing us the freedoms and the rights that we do have. Members of Council, any more questions regarding this? Councillor Lowry, go ahead. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just further following on in regards to this again, when I read through our cemetery bylaw, one of the challenges that I have in regards to the veterans area as well is that there's absolutely no recognition of a veteran's spouse. And in perusing other areas in where they have specific veterans areas of their cemetery, it does allow for the spouse or next of kin to be buried alongside them in that same area. I'm wondering if that has been something that was considered in the creation of this bylaw, because if I'm reading it correctly, the way that it is written, that only the veteran would be allowed to be buried in this area or interned in this area, and their next of kin would not be permitted to be placed in this area.
Okay. Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor and all of Council. Just doing a quick check, but my understanding is the intent that yes, the spouse is intended to be accessible into the veteran area as well. Sorry, so it is written into our procedure, even if it's not in the bylaw, so we'll just have a quick discussion about whether that's something that actually needs to be in here or if the procedure is good enough.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, because when we read the definition, the following definition shall be added, it does not mention them in the definition. So therefore, if it's in the procedure and that's sufficient, then I'm okay with that. But if we feel we need to define it, I would like to see it included.
Okay, thank you. And we'll wait for Administration will provide some feedback a little bit later. Councilor Pechko?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Thank you, Councilor Anderson, for pointing out something. So I just went to that veteran site, and it does additional information on that site now. It says former members of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, may also be recognized as veterans by VAC.
Thank you, Councilor Pechko. Councilor Loyens?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, since we've all done a lot of research on the term veteran, the only thing that I can point out that I'm not seeing under the definition is any legal definition of veterans makes mention of an honorable discharge on top of it. And I don't know if that's something we should think about including. Unfortunately, we do know there are people who have been discharged not honorably, and I think we need to make that clear definition as well. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for the comment. We'll come back to that. Councillor Niebergall? Okay. I'm sorry. Administration?
Thank you, Worship, through to Councillor Loyens and all of Council. So currently the definition does specifically say who has honorably served in the Canadian Armed Forces. There is also, through our procedures, there's a check and balance that we do as well to confirm that someone is actually a veteran. And so we would be confirming they were honorably. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Any more questions, comments? Okay. Just going back to Deputy Mayor's questions in terms of the spouse or significant other. So it is written in your procedure, and is that adequate for administration to kind of follow that through?
Through your Worship and all of Council, yes, we believe so.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor, you're okay with that? Yes. Okay. Any more questions, comments, and debate on first reading? See none, call the question, all in favor? That's passed. Moving on to second reading, Councillor Niebergall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move the Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2741/G/26.
Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, see, now I do just have one question for my clarity. On page 275, where at the very bottom was his cancellation, so it's to amend the clause to reference the reimbursement based on market value. So I think that's as per the Cemeteries Act. So does that mean that somebody can buy many lots and then sell it later because it's at the time of resale and not the time of purchase?
Through your Worship to all of Council, technically, yes. But the intent and the discussion during the sales with our administration on the number of plots and use of plots, we would use to deter some type of mass purchase. Oh, and I'm going to...
Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to all of Council, the amendment is changing the verbiage from 85%. So the refund value is defined in the Act as 85% of the current market value. Our previous bylaw stated that it was 85% of what the purchaser paid for it. So we're just simply changing the verbiage from 85% of what they paid for it to 85% of the current market value.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so for example, if I wanted to buy 5 lots, because for myself and my family, and then my kids don't want to be buried with us, so they end up someplace else, they can resell it at 85% of the market value then. Is that? So potentially we can bank land.
They can return it to the town for 85%. Plots are not permitted to be sold on the open market. That is also in our procedure bylaw. If they wish to transfer a plot, it's to immediate family members only.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarity. Yes, go ahead.
Just on that, can I get the definition of immediate family?
Short answer is yes. I believe it's being looked up right now.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to all of council. Immediate family means mother, father, son, daughter, grandchild, or spouse.
No stepchildren? Adopted.
Adopted children are considered children, and currently our procedure does not include stepchildren.
Okay, any more questions for clarity, understanding, debate on the proposed changes? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All in favor of second reading? And that's carried. Move on to unanimous consent. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2741/G/26.
Thank you. And if council does all three readings of a bylaw in one evening, there has to be unanimous consent from the members that are present. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Councillor Anderson for third reading, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2741/G/26.
Okay. Questions, comments, debate? Do you want to close? Yes, you used your words very well, and definitely appreciated you sharing your story. Call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. All right, moving on with our agenda, 8.4, which is the fees and charges bylaw amendment, and this is for the cemetery fees. Now, we just talked about those amendments, so go ahead, administration.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Tonight I will be presenting a recommended update to the user fees and charges bylaw to add the cemetery fees in advance of the opening. The screen shows the timelines of the cemetery, which was approved for construction in the 2025 to 2027 corporate plan, funded by Local Government Fiscal Framework, LGFF grant. Construction commenced in 2025 with completion and opening in 2026. Establishment of the fees presented included information from multiple sources and assumptions, including the consultant financial model report, guidelines from the revenue and taxation policy, such as cost recovery in comparison of other municipalities and like service organizations. Comparators were engaged for fees and processes. Exclusion of capital recovery was done since the project was funded by grants. Estimation of annual interments of 53, and estimation of operational expenses of $172,000. Based on direction and questions from council, administration completed further comparison and analysis to present the proposed fees and charges to be added to the bylaw. The consultant originally used 6 comparators, including City of Spruce Grove, City of St. Albert, City of Leduc, Parkland County, Beaumont, and City of Edmonton Northern Lights Cemetery. Some of these comparators did not offer similar services and were not similar in size to the Stony Plain Cemetery. However, they were in close proximity to the town. Administration expanded comparators by adding Fort Saskatchewan, Lloydminster, Calgary, as well as 2 private cemeteries in the Edmonton area. Administration also worked on updating fees for the comparators available. In refreshing the analysis, the comparators all had significant increases in their rates from the prior year's data. This comparison data was included in the analysis and compilation of the fee schedule proposed. For the future comparator charts, selection of comparators highlighted was a mix of relevant municipalities and 2 private cemeteries. A star on the slide denotes the respondents of the process survey outlined in the RFD. Council requested more information on cost recovery per comparisons. 7 respondent municipalities noted on the previous slide included Spruce Grove, St. Albert, Leduc, Fort Saskatchewan, Beaumont, Lloydminster, and Calgary. 3 or 43% do not calculate a cost recovery. 2 or 29% are in the range of 100 to 80% with projected declines. 1 municipality or 14% was at full cost recovery, and 1 was unclear. Administration expanded analytics to support fees that provide a full cost recovery. Considerations understood fees are volatile based on number of plot sales as well as number of interments per year. Variables also include the number of interments, type of interments, number of interments per plot, and type of burial. As such, based on the fees presented, different scenarios based on 53 interments could result in cost recovery considerations that range from 70% to 120% cost recovery. Through analysis, it is determined the fees presented support a full cost recovery model. Since sales and interments are volatile, administration is recommending a year-end reserve transfer for any surplus that may exist as a stabilization to offset years that may incur a deficit. Administration consulted other municipal cemeteries on whether or not they utilize a perpetual care fund or reserve. 2 municipalities, or 29%, had a perpetual care fund. 5 or 71% did not establish a perpetual care fund and did not contribute to a reserve. 1 municipality did contribute to an equipment reserve for their cemetery equipment. The town currently does not have any capital equipment related to the cemetery, so that was not relevant. Administration is recommending a cemetery stabilization reserve to be established for the purposes of cemetery stabilization and sustainability. Should a surplus exist in a year, a reserve would be established as a cemetery stabilization reserve to fund future years' deficits if necessary, and fund one-time operating or capital needs as they come up. This type of reserve is more flexible than the restrictions put in place with a perpetual care fund, where principal is held in trust and only interest earned can be spent on maintaining the operations of that facility. This fund would also add significant cost to the users or the purchasers. During corporate planning, considerations will also be explored regarding consistent reserve transfers for operating stabilization and future cemetery requirements. Council questions from the November meeting included information on prepayment for interment services. Through research, 5 or 71% of municipal cemeteries do not allow prepayment of interment fees, and those who responded yes are also revisiting their model structure. Accepting prepayments for interment fees presents several challenges and risks. The type of interment prepaid may not be ultimately what the purchaser ends up deciding when the event occurs. Purchasers may change their preferences over time, potentially resulting in complex refunds or additional payments needed. Differences that may occur in inflationary costs or differentiating costs for services at the time of purchase versus the time of service will expose the town to risk of unrecoverable losses within the program that would need to be recovered from the tax base. This approach is contrary to the user pay model outlined in Council Policy CFS 066. In addition, prepayments introduce greater complexity in the recording, reconciliation, and recognition, and even use of revenue. In consultation and confirmation from the auditors, if interment fees are collected, they must be put away in a deferred revenue until the year the interment occurs, as we have a future liability to deliver these services. These cannot be recognized as revenue when collected. Fees for plots would be recognized in the year sold, while interment services will be charged in the year for the services are actually provided. Interment fees are set to offset costs associated with those services. Mainly due to the risk associated with prepayment for interment fees, administration does not recommend providing this option. Part of the philosophy outlined in the revenue policy CFS 066 states fees for service should consider remaining competitive with other municipalities and service providers. As such, detailed analysis was completed and considered in the establishment of fees. Both municipalities and private cemetery operation services were compared. It is important to note each cemetery offers services differently and therefore is reflected in disparity of fees. Comparators included in the demonstration include those similar as possible to services, proximity, and a mix of municipal and private cemeteries. It is still important to note all still have unique product and service offerings as well as different cost philosophies. Each cemetery has differences regarding the number of burials of plots. For example, in a standard double-depth plot, the town allows up to 7 burials. This decreases the cost per burial significantly. The charts on the screen display the total costs associated with the four most common different types of burials. The total costs include everything from plot, interment, and permit fee. Each burial will be unique, therefore these are just for demonstration purposes. Assumptions below are only based on 1 burial per plot. However, total burials allowed are denoted at the bottom of the chart next to the associated comparator as available. Blank values in the chart denote those services are not offered at the slated cemetery. Overall, the town is above average on standard plots and columbariums, however below average on cremation and scattering. Alternatives outlined include ability to adopt a shared cost recovery model with the tax base, eliminate stabilization reserve, and accept prepayments. Impact and risk associated with these alternatives were outlined in the request for decision. Council also has opportunity to receive the fees for information and have the fees come back to council once other options to the fees can be applied. This option would impact the date of sales due to time required to configure fees. Opening a new service, as unique as the cemetery, requires assumption within the financial modeling and operations. In addition, tenders have not yet been secured for operational contract services, and should those costs come in differently than projected, that could impact the fees. Through consultation with other municipalities, many are completing a cemetery operations review and review of their fees within the next 2 years. There would be an opportunity to continue to monitor those reviews and align our fees as well in the future years. At this time, administration is recommending the user fees as presented. As operations commence and additional services and tenders are solidified with costs defined, other fees for service will be added to the user fees and charges as necessary. Should a surplus exist in a year, a reserve would be established as a cemetery stabilization reserve to fund the future deficit years if necessary, and to fund future one-time operating or capital needs. The intent would be to adopt a set of user fees and charges that are sustainable over the next 5 years, then be revisited once operations are regular. Thank you for your time. I will now take your questions.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for providing the different options and some of the rationale behind administration's request for decision. Councillor Meyer.
Sorry, for the motion?
No, you had a question. So
I actually did some quick research while we were talking, so I've answered my question.
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Loynes, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking at page 285, there's a couple things on here that aren't quite sitting right with me, and I need administration to explain the overtime charges and the additional winter charges.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Loynes and all of council. Overtime charges are normal operations for all municipalities based on a service area. service time that is defined in our procedures. As well, the winter additional charge is to pay for, when there's a plot involved, there is additional thawing of the ground that needs to occur in the winter that has additional operational costs, as well as for clearing of snow to ensure that access could be received to that area.
If I can, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
Do we have a definition of what winter is? Thinking back just a couple weeks ago, we received a lot of snow. Would that still qualify as winter in mid-April? Or if winter doesn't come until, like it did a couple years ago, until after Christmas, what would the definition of winter be?
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Loyens, all council. The intention here is to associate a cost where there will be extra effort needed depending on the season. There is a level of discretion that would be applied for these depending on if we had an unusually warm fall. That staff would be able to exercise. If we don't have to clear snow, that would be a consideration. But you can also have, to the manager's points there can be a situation where we've had very cold temperatures, the ground is frozen, where there's no snow, and we would have to thaw out the ground. So there would have to be some consideration to what's going on at the time before we exercise using those costs. I don't know if we have a firm, hard date of when these costs would supersede that. It would again, I would trust that the staff that are exercising these costs with any resident that is looking for the service would have that as part of the discussion as to why.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a general comment now, Your Worship. I understand needing to supplement cost on things, but I really struggle at charging people an additional fee at one of the hardest times in their life. Whether it be your spouse, your child, or whoever, you don't plan on them to die. And so for me, I don't see how an additional fee, whether it be an additional $100 or $500, is something that we should be asking our residents or people wanting to be buried in our cemetery. But I will let the will of council continue before I make any motions on that.
Okay, thank you. Go to Deputy Mayor. You had something?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, just looking over this chart of fees on 285, I'm just wondering if we can have a definition of overtime. Are we talking traditional municipal hours of Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30, and anything outside of that? Or do we have a 7-day-a-week, 8 to 4:30, 8 to 5, and then if somebody wants outside of those hours? And the reason I ask is, again, similar to Councillor Loyens' points, there are certain faiths in where a person must be buried within, I think it's 3 days is one of them, for example. And so I'm curious, again, how that may impact people differently.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie and all of council, the intention with the overtime charges is a couple points there. One is to have a charge available to consider extenuating circumstances. So we don't, as the manager mentioned, we don't yet have a contractor firmed up, and giving an option for us to consider if there are extra call-out charges depending on the circumstances. And again, it does go back to the intention here is just to have some ability to work with the resident on what their needs are at any given time, given the service costs. This isn't intended to be, these costs aren't meant to do anything more than to support the service as rendered by council. We're not trying to present costs that are going to be burdensome to families unless they're absolutely needed. Having the options for these extra charges allows staff particularly to assess the situation they're dealing with, as well as the services that we're going to require with the contractor and their service realities there, so there can be a determination at that time. I do want to speak from from what I've seen with the team here. There's an absolute understanding of the sensitivity to this time in this people's and any person's life when they are seeking these services, and that would be exercised. But having the options for these costs is good due diligence on the municipality's part to make sure that everything's kept in a good operating manner.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So I'm going to deviate a little bit off the fees because I think when I look at this compared to some of the stuff that I've looked at and had to bury people over the last few years, these are very common fees for me. I see that. But when you did this, were these additional fees common in other municipalities that you got the rates from?
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Pletchko and all of council. Yes, they were very common and mirrored the structure of the fees from other municipalities.
I appreciate that because, you know, digging a, don't take this the wrong way, but digging a hole in the wintertime takes way more use of a piece of equipment and to get the hole done the right way than it does in the summertime when you can just pull up and take the... Covering it up also means that you need to take the dirt out in a respectful way to be able to cover that back up. So there is additional costs that come to that. So when I look at these fees, I think there was a lot of thought process that went into them. Tough for us to sit here and say what's a good cost or what's a bad cost because no cost associated with having to put somebody in the ground or any other way is a good cost associated to anything in our lives, but there is a cost associated with it in every place that we look to bury our loved ones and respected ones. So we do need to start someplace, and you know, we probably all have our own opinions, and I'm probably going to hear some of them tonight yet, but you know, the different levels that you have, I think, speaks to some thought process that went into things of where you're placed, and those of us that want specific spots are probably willing to pay, and the unfortunate thing is there's always those that aren't able to pay that would be able to still be buried at a reasonable rate. So respectfully, I think what you've done is really good. It's a hard topic for all of us to talk about, but it's something that we need to sit here and have a good discussion with today because it is the newest, probably one of the newest ones around, and some heavier costs that are associated with putting it where it is and whatnot. So thank you to the administration for all they've done, and I look to see what the rest of council has to comment about the fees and that.
Thank you. Councilor Pletchko, Councilor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. And so I would just maybe echo some of the comments here. I too shared my fellow councillors' concerns for the costs for sure. And I think Councillor Pletchko made a good point. These are pretty standard, and at no point when burying someone do you, it's always going to be burdensome, no matter the time. But I did do a cursory sort of search here. The province actually has a number of programs in place to help individuals who die destitute or their families who require some assistance in paying for that. So, I mean, well, just that. There are programs out there, and I would just also, I'll just quote you really quickly. Important from the Alberta website. If you are approved for funeral benefit for AISH or income support programs, including those who are approved as low-income Albertans, who has not received benefits from these programs when they passed away, you can get a cemetery burial plot for 50% of regular cost. This is a requirement, is outlined in the Cemeteries Act, Section 12. So there are options available.
Sorry, Councillor Meyer, if I could just add, it says if you're already approved on AISH. So I'm just going to use my own family, for example. My father-in-law passed away in November, several years ago. He was the sole breadwinner for my mother-in-law and himself. She now qualifies for low income, but did not at the time. So he was cremated, and his ashes are at home. But to ask somebody who now is facing the loss of their sole breadwinner to, one, pay the cost of a funeral and everything else, the cost of cremation, and now it's winter. So in this case, it would be an additional $500 to somebody who no longer has income but does not qualify for anything yet because it just happened. It's great that programs are there, but they're there for after the fact. She doesn't qualify for aid. She doesn't qualify for low income until now. My father-in-law passed away at 65. My mother-in-law was in her early 60s, so she wasn't on seniors benefits or anything like that. So yes, I do agree, but these are upfront costs that people need to pay now, not when benefits kick in, not when life insurance kicks in. This is a payment that is due today when you need it at the most, and that's where I struggle.
Okay, thank you for your commentary, and I'll just ask members of council, this is again questions for clarity and understanding. I think that there has been no motion accepted and no changes to the current presentation, so we can save those a little bit later on. We'll move on with our next speaker is Councillor Niebergall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Administration, can you help me understand the difference between or maybe just explain to me what a family columbarium plot is versus like I'm assuming a singular columbarium niche?
Yep. Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Niebergall and all of council. A family columbarium plot is a singular plot in the columbarium area that families are able to source through our means or through, it's another service on here for columbarium, family columbarium. So there are conditions that need to be met to have a family columbarium. So that would be their own family columbarium put on that plot. And the cost of the columbarium would be as per a quote that we would receive. That is on page 286 of the fees. And it's based on the market value at the time of purchase.
And so, just to be clear, that is not in the actual columbarium section. That is if I'm choosing to have my family on a plot?
Go ahead.
I'll take that one. So yes, we have columbariums that you can purchase a niche within that. A family columbarium would be something that you would choose to purchase where only your family would be interred. And so that columbarium would then be placed in a separate area, not in the columbarium that is already in existence, if that makes sense. So it's something specific for your family that that keeps you together. But if you choose to purchase a columbarium for your family, that would be placed in a specific area of the cemetery.
Interesting, okay. And is that fee, this is very interesting, total package per person? What is?
Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Niebergall and all of council. So the individual purchase of the family columbarium is at the family's cost. That then would be the cost for the plot and the cost for the interments, then are listed in the fees and charges and applied that way.
Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, I knew this one would be tough, but I didn't expect my response earlier, so apologize for that. I'm on page 285, looking specifically surprised at the veterans area here, and noted that the veterans plot is about 47% of the standard plot, the cremation plot 50%. But then the niches are comparable to the columbarium niches in the sort of general columbarium area. And so just looking for an indication through you, Mr. Mayor, why those ones specifically would be on par with the other columbarium when for the plot and cremation plot, we see that they are offered at a discount.
Okay. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Anderson and all of council. As per the Cemeteries Act, a veteran's plot must be sold at 50% less of a regular plot cost. However, there is no specification in regards to niches. We have applied that as per the Cemeteries Act and also consistent with other municipalities.
Okay. Any more questions, comments? Okay. Just a question for administration. I think based on the presentation, it was mentioned that we were predicting 53 interments over the year at certain costs and everything. So on the user fees, what was the number of interments out of the 53 that were considered maybe overtime, or ones that were considered maybe would happen in the winter to come up with the fees?
Thank you through your worship to you and all of council. A basic burial and basic plot purchase was considered in that scenario. It would be anticipated that our contracted fees would be higher than what we had estimated if there was overtime or winter burials that occurred, and hence those fees would just nil to zero.
Okay. What would the fees be if council chose to remove the overtime? Can that be blended into the other fee? So instead of having a full barrel overtime, an additional $500, maybe the full barrel standard depth is increased by 100 or 200. So it kind of blends itself out, so without actually having to charge an overtime fee.
Your worship, and I think the rest of council, I think, as I believe was indicated earlier, we've got some baseline estimates, I guess we call 53, I think is one number. But I think also what council needs to bear in mind too is that this is certainly, obviously it's a new service. We're going to open up for partial internments, i.e. the columbariums earlier. We'll be opening up, I believe, in the fall for full burials. That'll give us about, a couple months worth of summer data and then maybe a month worth of winter data, and then we'll move into a full year. I think earlier it was indicated, the different permutations, winter overtime, summer overtime, day, columbarium, so on and so forth. We have run those scenarios, and frankly, Your Worship, and to the rest of the council, the best we could come up with is at these rates, we could be as low as 70% cost recovery in the theoretical annual year. It could be 120% of cost recovery in a theoretical annual year. That's the estimates we have. That's with respectfully, I believe those are probably the best estimates we're going to have. And until we operate for a year, 18 months, 24 months, 36 months, and get the sense of, what choices people are making, what those costs are coming in at, we would be able to come back to council of the day with backtrack data of what's actually happened. At this point, again, we've done a lot of work. We've run a lot of numbers, and this is the best scenario that we can provide. Will we learn some things in the next, 6, 12, 18, 24 months? Yes, I know we will. And we'll be back in the chambers speaking with council about that. I'll stop there, Your Worship. again, just a perspective, I guess.
Thank you. Councillor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of things that really come to mind is, Councillor Loynes made reference to costs. Buried a relative, didn't have any income, was low income, and actually the Alberta government provides funding for that. Was done right through the funeral home. We were able to get a lot. It was a $4,500, and I just looked again, it's still, baseline is $4,500 is what the government will provide based on your assets and stuff like that. But, we're sitting here looking at fees. My question to administration is really, at the end of the day, how many people will truly come to the town to purchase it rather than doing most of their stuff through the funeral home? Funeral homes usually, traditionally, will look after a lot of that stuff, where they will actually sell you a plot. They'll actually finance a lot of it right till the point where that person has been buried, and then they have their resources of how they collect some of that income. So in your studies, did you ask any of the places out there today what percentage of people will walk in the door here and want to actually buy their plot?
Okay, go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko and all of Council. I think the funeral homes can help facilitate, and I think that they do that very well. They will still need to come to the town directly to purchase a plot. So I think there'll be some good relationships that will be built with funeral homes in and around Stony Plain. And one of the things that I can stress is that the team has worked very hard and been very diligent, that the experience is incredibly important for those that are going through something like this. And so that is something that we will be focusing on and continue to focus on, and that could include working directly with funeral homes to help facilitate some of those sales or the work that needs to go into making the experience of burying a loved one.
So back to my question. When we did the study that we've done that come up with what we've come, was there any conversation with any of the municipalities regarding how many people actually come to this? Because my experience over the years, and I have relatives that own funeral homes, the majority of the people go to the funeral home, and the funeral home helps them to do that. So maybe the funeral home will be the one here actually doing the purchasing on my behalf. And I'm just wondering, would a herald come to the town? What percentage of the heralds would come to the town and pre-buy a plot?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Pletchko and all of Council. I would not want to hazard a guess on how many people will come to the town directly. I can anecdotally say we have a lot of interest from residents in and around Stony Plain about the ability to pre-purchase a plot. So I do expect, similar to what our CAO has said, is it's going to be a bit of a different first and second year, where people are going to be looking to take advantage of securing a place in the Stony Plain Cemetery where they would like to rest with their family or just them individually. And so I do expect there will be people that will come in directly to the town to purchase those. As we move forward into future years, that's definitely something that we will be monitoring to see how much is facilitated through other areas like a funeral home versus how many people are coming in directly ahead of time or at that point in time.
And just to supplement, if I may, Your Worship, to you and all of Council, we did not survey all of the comparators regarding that. However, we did have detailed discussions with the City of St. Albert in regards to that, and we did mirror our process to theirs, in which the purchaser comes straight into the City of St. Albert. They're handed a package, they're shown the plot map, there's a private room that they're taken to, and just a lot of training the staff goes through, which we are mirroring in our processes as well, to really have those conversations, answer any questions that they may have about the fees or the different fees, explain what specifically a niche is versus a plot versus a cremation plot versus how many people can go into one plot versus top niche, bottom niche, middle niche. So there's a lot lot of those details that we will be working directly with the purchaser and having those conversations, providing those information, and be able to answer those questions that maybe the funeral home wouldn't be able to.
Your Worship, sorry, I'm going to jump in a bit on this one too. Just a little bit of, again, personal experience in a previous position. So my previous community that I worked in, that again, we had 2 public access cemeteries. We also had 2, what I would call, larger funeral homes. Again, a little bit different scenario because these were 50-year historic situations. The cemeteries have been there for years and years and years, and so had both of those funeral homes. So, and a smaller community. But so we would have the people, I think, like the general manager had indicated, pre-bought plots well in advance, so on and so forth, and some that did not. But even with the ones that pre-bought, relationships with the funeral homes were important in that we would get a heads up. So and so has passed away. We're going to come down with such and such person with them, just to make sure, across all the, make sure we know exactly where it is, explain it, so on and so forth. So my point there, I guess my comment there is, it can be both ways, but the relationship that we're able to establish with the funeral homes can help influence or impact how that goes. And again, there'll be many that'll pre-purchase, I would expect. But for those that don't, the relationship side is important. And I would expect us to be able to do that.
I'm very glad that conversation happened, so that when we do have the people coming through the door, we can do what is needed to make them feel comfortable in what they're having to do. So having to be able to mirror something that somebody's already told you how to do with, again, goes back to a lot of the detail that you've put into this report today. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Councillor Laurie, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and maybe this is a little tail on to Councillor Pletchko's comments there, but part of what I'm wondering for this is obviously, we have in front of us today the bylaw. There's also the process that goes behind the bylaw, and this is a very sensitive and very emotional and very challenging topic. And so I'm wondering if we have had, have we developed a process, have we undertaken any training or anything like that in relation to actually servicing a customer when they come in? The vision I have in my head is somebody is standing at the front counter of the office discussing this with somebody. And that would be obviously a very uncomfortable and very, not a very sensitive atmosphere for that. So I'm just wondering have we flushed that out? Is there a process behind that? How are we managing that? Is there any training that we've undertaken, et cetera?
Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Deputy Mayor and all of Council. Short answer is yes. The staff that are dealing directly with the public in purchasing plots and arranging services have already taken training, mental health training, grief training, and spoken to other municipalities regarding their processes in dealing with the public. And we do have very detailed procedures in how to deal with the public.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding to administration? Okay, see none. Administration, you mentioned that of creating a reserve to help replace the equipment and et cetera, and not actually using whether recycled that other reserve is, legacy reserve, whatever. So in terms of administration's thought process, what is the maximum or minimum we'll need in that reserve, and how will we build it up?
Thank you, through your worship, to you and all of council. This will be something that we will monitor within those first 5 years of operations. As mentioned by the town manager, we don't have a full year in 2026. We may see an influx this year. We anticipate an influx potentially of sales for the first year. And my recommendation at year end will be before council for a motion, if we do have a surplus, is to put that into a cemetery stabilization reserve so that we can stabilize over the next 5 years. Once we have 1 to 2 years under our belt, we can look at establishing a consistent reserve transfer. If that makes sense, we also need to look at how quickly sales are occurring, what our future needs may be, and forecasting out. And those will all be analytics that would be considered in building a reserve transfer.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Go ahead, Councilor Owens.
Thank you, Worship. Just in the thought process of Councillor Pleshko talking about funeral homes and people's pre-planning, because they have to come to the town to purchase this, or through the funeral home to the town to purchase this, there is no payment plan for plots. It is 100% fee upfront minus overtime or winter, correct?
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Loynes and all of council. That is correct.
Okay. Any more questions for clear understanding to administration? Seeing none. Councilor Plechko, you're next. Motion for first reading, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2736/G/26, a bylaw to amend fees and charges, bylaw 2732/G/25 to add cemetery fees.
Thank you. Members of council, we had a good presentation, some good commentaries and questions. Now we'll open the floor for questions, comments, and debate on the motion for first reading. Councilor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I'm just going to reiterate my thoughts that I really struggle at the thought of adding additional fees of overtime and winter charges. I would rather see an all-encompassing fee that just puts the service at a total amount or the plot at a total amount instead of additional things over and above. I would rather see the full burial at, as mentioned by the mayor, $2,200, and the removal of the potentially $1,500 extra, right? I understand there's going to be fees. I understand there's going to be unpredictability, but especially since these cannot be prepaid for. We can't pre-plan this, that we're not giving our residents necessarily a chance to prepare in any way, shape, or form for one of the hardest days of their life. I would rather see the cost in total be something else. Again, we have a line on page 286 that talks about 50% off the plot fee only. Okay, so we look at a funeral burial service, right, $2,000, but we have overtime and winter at $1,500 extra. That's not covered under that 50% off, if you want to call it a discount, right? So, yes, Councillor Meyer pointed out, and Councillor Plechko pointed out, there are services, there's ways around it. Cemetery Act has different things in place to make things more affordable for lower income. But there's also a threshold to that lower income that we know most residents today are still even struggling at being above that to survive. So for me, I don't know how I feel about continuing with additional overtime and winter charges. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to circle back to the veterans piece here. When I initially went through this, my sort of hope was that the veterans plot and the cremation plot for veterans were priced according to the value that we as a community place on recognizing, honoring, and caring for those who have served our country. And I certainly appreciate that it's been done more as a legislative requirement, but it also doesn't sit well for me that we limited it to the ones that were a legislative requirement. We, as a community, partnered with the Legion to establish a couple of memorial crosswalks. I don't even know, 2025, I think, last year, right? With the idea that we wanted to honor those who had served and sacrificed. We've named Veterans Boulevard as a way to honor and remember the service and sacrifice of our veterans, and certainly we have some memorial benches and stuff along the way that recognize the sacrifice of the families as well, because every veteran has a family behind them that lives that reality alongside the serving member. And so when I read through this and I see that, you know, we've done the minimum in terms of what legislation have asked or has directed us, I do feel like there's something missing there. And that is the priority, the reverence, the remembrance that we as a community place on our veterans to honor their service, their sacrifice, and their memory. They certainly have taken care of us with their lives, and I do believe we need to honor them in their passing. And so I would like to make a motion this evening that the veterans area, I'm not going to differentiate between the different items here, but that they're all offered at a 50% cost when compared to the standard plots and columbariums and so on. If there's more I can add in terms of crafting that motion, please let me know, but I believe I've used my word limit on this one as well, and we'll allow that to stand.
Okay. Thank you for your amendment, Councilor Anderson. Yes, so it's very easy to understand, and it's to offer the veterans at 50%.
Yeah, and I do recognize that this limits our cost recovery a little bit on these niches specifically, but I do think that's a small cost for us as a municipality to pay for their service and sacrifice.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion amendment? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and certainly agree with all of the comments that were placed. I think the only thing I would bring up is that in quick research, there are many more programs available to veterans for support in relation to costs of burials and funerals and all of those type of things. And so while I, again, completely support the premise behind it, I think the fees and charges that have been placed in front of us have already been carefully thought out, compared, and we're relatively in line with those. We're in compliance with the Cemeteries Act. I wouldn't be in support of this because there are so many other options that do exist out there that can help with those expenses. I don't necessarily think that we need to provide that in our fees on top of the other accesses that are available.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, unless the wisdom of council tells me different, I would tend to agree with Councilor Lowry. I think the thought process that administration has truly put into this speaks to volumes of what they considered along the way. Well, I do support the 50%. I also think that, you know, there's a multitude of programs for everything that we're talking about here today. Many people fall within those programs, and those funds are accessible for them. If, you know, unfortunately, some of them don't know where to ask for that, so some of them get overlooked, but a lot of them will find them when they go to a funeral home. And ultimately, most people will end up in a funeral home to be buried somewhere along the way, and they are taught there all the programs that are available to everybody that's out there. So while I support it in principle, I will agree with Councilor Lowry. I think what we have before us is good, and unless council speaks to this in a different manner, I could not support this either.
Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. Any other comments, questions, debate on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, administration, in terms of the research that was provided and the reference to the Cemeteries Act of having veterans plots only at 50%, but they're silent on the others. Councilor Lowry mentioned the differences in terms of options and programs that are there to assist veterans. Commission provide kind of rationale why in the Cemeteries Act only veterans plots were mentioned at 50%, but the other ones were not. So are those benefits not applicable to veterans plots, but they're applicable to veterans niches and cremations, but they're not to plots, and that's why there's a 50% reduction in the Cemeteries Act.
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. From how we understand the Cemeteries Act, the 50% reduction is only applicable on plots, not on those other types offered in the veterans area, and so we had applied that act as such, and that is consistent with other municipalities that we have compared as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. So in terms of some of the other options that were mentioned for fees to help veterans in the time of need and with the burial and the passing of a veteran, are those programs not available for someone that has chosen to use a veteran's plot? I'm trying to understand why only a veteran's plot was notified, but if the services and the fees and the funds were there to help all veterans, then why is the singling out of just plots?
Thank you, Your Worship, through to you and all of council. I think it's very difficult for us to try to interpret what the province was looking to do with their Cemetery Act and how they were applying those requirements. I can say one of the other things that we will do, in addition to some of the training we have already done, will be to have a good understanding of what other options or benefits there are, both for veterans and for other types of subsidies for lower income. So when people come in and they're looking to rest in the Stony Plain Cemetery, we will be able to provide direction and assistance on where they could go to get that extra subsidy.
Okay, thank you for the commentary. So, any more questions, comments, debate? Councillor Niebergo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am sitting here listening to my colleagues. I hear a lot of emotion around our table here this evening, and I want to first preface this by saying that I am by no means trying to be disrespectful or anything. I am trying to share maybe a different perspective, and in putting my work hat on, my day-to-day work hat, and how I try to live by clear is kind. We are offering a service here. This is not something that we are requiring everybody to attend to, but we are offering a service. There is a cost to offering this service. When this first came out, that this was happening, I did hear from a number of people when we originally were talking about this, and we were tossing around the 75%, 90%, right? And so I did hear from a few people that this would not be a service that they would be interested in receiving. However, they will pay for part of the service in their taxes because of the maintenance and upkeep and the maintenance, in a sense, of the cemetery itself. So they are contributing to a service that they will not use. The true reality of this is there is a cost to conducting this business. And maybe it's not to what we anticipate right now, but we don't actually know what the cost is for a winter burial. So there is an potential additional fee for that. Is it something that should be put onto everyone? Is there data that needs to be collected? I'm not sure, but I think respectfully, emotions have to come away from this, and there is the sad reality that there is a cost to offering this service and purchasing this service from us.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Niebergo. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, just before I turn it over back to Councillor Anderson on the amendment, I will support the amendment. I think we've had a good conversation around the table over the last couple of bylaws. We just adopted the cemetery's bylaw where we acknowledge what a veteran is, to give them special recognition for the work that they've done in the service of our country. So then to see the fees and charges come forward that does not show them the same respect, kind of makes me feel like, well, do we want to honor them or not? If they're buried in the veterans area, well, then it should be duly that, at the same percentage discount as everything else that was in there. And so we talk about being simplistic, being unified. So I can't support a fee that does not do that, especially when this area has been set aside by council as a special area of recognition. So I will support the motion amendment. Councilor Anderson, anything to close?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do appreciate the consideration before council of how do we best utilize the tax dollars that we collect as a municipality. And that's not an easy conversation at the best of times. And certainly there is added emotion, as we've heard. There's added complexity when we consider the audience of this motion being our veterans. I did, just after hearing some of my colleagues mention some of the other programs available, I pulled up Veterans Canada's Burial Assistance Program, and I just want to highlight a couple of things that are indicated here. And very briefly, it says, do you qualify if you're a veteran according to the definition, and very similar to what we've defined. And so there's a caveat there. You either have to have a matter of right or a financial means tested criteria. And so if we go down a little bit further, matter of right is for those veterans who receive or qualify for a disability benefit. And so they have lost some level of function or ability as a result of their service and died as a result of that service-related disability. And so there's a limiting factor there. And then the second being the financial factor. And other than some base exemptions, it does suggest, well, not suggest, states outright that if the value of the estate of the veteran is not sufficient to pay their liabilities and the cost of the funeral, then they would be deemed eligible for the assistance. And so this isn't something that, veterans, are all going to be able to access and utilize. There's some very specific criteria that they must fit. And every sort of funding program has specific criteria. We're not talking about 53 veterans a year going into that space. We're talking about the one or two. And as a municipality, maybe bearing the cost of $1,000 or $2,000 to recognize, in some cases, a lifetime of service. And as I indicated in my preamble with this one, I do feel like that cost for us as a municipality, even if it's $5,000 or $7,500 a year, allows those veterans in our community and the families of those veterans in our community know that their service and their sacrifice is valued, that their service and sacrifice was not in vain, and it will not be forgotten. And so as much as I appreciate the dollars and cents at the table this evening, I do think at times this is a bigger conversation than that. We know, and not to go into other levels of government, but we heard former Prime Minister say we don't have enough money in our Canadian budget to care for our veterans. And so this is a way that I believe we can do that as a community and show that they are valued and cared for. And so would encourage my colleagues to support that this evening.
Okay. Thank you for closing comments. I'll call the question. So this is the motion on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is carried. Okay, members of council, so now the motion is as amended. Any more questions, comments, debate, and amendments to the motion? Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to put forward a motion that dates, I've already sent it to Ledge Services, that town council amend bylaw 2736/G/26, to amend the fees and charges bylaw to remove the winter fees and overtime fees. And I can speak to that.
Okay, and go ahead.
As I've mentioned previously, I think even emotions aside, when we look at what people are going to be going through at this time, staff has already put through an estimate of 53 potential interments with an operational cost of $171,000 and change. But they did not put in for potential overtime and winter interment fees. They didn't calculate that in the expenses. I think by removing these fees, we allow our residents that choose to use this service the opportunity to afford more likely this service. Yes, it is a service. Yes, not everybody is going to use it. But at the time where people are most down, we are going to give them a little bit of a reprieve. We have no control over when our loved ones pass, and I do not see charging them because they passed away at an inconvenient time to be acceptable. I understand we will have to eat the cost of digging up frozen ground. We will have to eat the cost of staff overtime. But at this time, I cannot justify internally charging somebody additional for what we deem a potential inconvenience. And I will open it up to council.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Loynes. Members of council, questions for clarity, understanding, and debate on the amendment. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just reiterate back to some comments that Councillor Niebergall just made again. We haven't even had an opportunity to have any level of operations in the cemetery and understand how this may look, how this may work. We don't have a cemetery contractor retained as of yet. We don't know whether we will or won't have fees that would go above and or beyond this. There's just simply no data that we have from ours. However, our staff has done this broad comparison across the board with the cemeteries and the operators who do have that experience, who do have that data, who have set these fees based on that. At this current point in time, you know, until we are actually up and operating and running, it's going to be very difficult for us to fully understand. We've just had one motion that's going to reduce some of the cost recovery here at this point in time. We have an approved budgetary figure right now that I do worry if we do continue to remove and remove and remove, we may end up at a point in time where at the end of the year this comes back and we are now facing a deficit in which we now have to try and understand where we are going to pull that from our budget. I absolutely think as time goes on, as the cemetery gets open, we understand what the services look like, we understand what the services cost, etc. I believe there'll be great opportunity for us to refine them and really make sure we understand and we are charging appropriately for what's being done. But at this point in time, I have to go with the support of administration and what they've put in front of us based on the research that they have done on the experienced operators that they have collected this data from.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. Definitely appreciate the intent of the motion. I would support half of the motion and not the other half. Just my commentary, I understand that there's some difficulties there. Like I share the same sentiments, and I think I argued regarding that when we had the first presentation. But I do realize that that administration has recommended that this be a full cost recovery model. So it's not shared cost recovery. So residents are not paying part of their taxes to help maintain this. So that being said, whatever cost is eliminated, costs have to go up. So hearing the commentary about the increased costs during the colder months, I would not even just say winter, it's just colder months when the ground is frozen, that does add additional costs to the process. But I am supportive of removing the overtime for the burials. So I think we can make that up by increasing the full burial and other things to make up for that, and we don't know exactly how many will be overtime, how many will be winter, so I think I did have a motion that I was going to strike the overtime and add half that, or 30% of it back into the full burial. So at this point in time, I cannot support the amendment. I'll let you close.
Your worship, would you like to make an amendment then to my amendment?
It'd be too messy.
Or would you rather I remove my amendment, withdraw it, and allow you to hand the chair over to Deputy Mayor Laurie and put forward your amendment with your figures?
No, I'm actually happy for you to keep it, because if that's your thought process right now, and that's just your debate, and if you feel that this is something that you want to have, to kind of just go, and definitely I would call the vote and close.
No, I'll just close quickly and say, again, I know it's a service we provide. I know there's a cost associated. I understand that. Again, you're right, we don't have the information in front of us to show what a success or not success, I won't call it a failure, would look like at a year's time from now. But as it stands, I internally cannot justify the additional fees at somebody's hardest time in their life.
Thank you for the amendment, and thank you for your closing comments. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is defeated. Okay, going back to the amended first reading. Any questions, comments, and debate or amendments? Deputy Mayor, I'll give you the chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for the conversation, and thank you for administration providing the presentation and the work that has been done. I definitely appreciate the fact that we have adopted a full cost recovery model instead of having a shared one, which is good. I spoke highly about accepting prepayments. Definitely, because we've gone through this myself, and members of council has as well. But the rationale of that, maybe the family has chosen to do something different than what the original intent of the purchase was, so that does cause a little confusion and stuff, so I'm okay with that. I like the fact that we're going to create a stabilization reserve. And I do understand the commentary of the need for the additional charges, especially for little barrels during the cold, but I do not like the overtime, the extra charge for the overtime. I bring this forward because I know a few of my friends have passed away, and when it was chosen to be buried at dusk, because that was the favorite time of the year for the person. Based on this, we are charging somebody extra for that. And as this being a non-denominational cemetery, that was one of the reasons why we did the survey, why we did study, and why we, as a council, started on this project to create the cemetery. Some religions do and only have evening burials. So then we're actually punishing a certain segment or religion, which is not the intent of why we built this non-denominational cemetery. So my motion is that we remove the full burial, cremation, and niche overtime, and then add 40% of those costs to the full burial and the cremation plot and the niche plot. So for example, the full burial overtime is $500. So we'll strict that. Then we'll take the 500 times 40%, which is 200. So we'll add $200 to the full burial standard and the full burial double death and the green burial. And then the same will be for the cremation. We'll strike that and take 40% of that and add it to the cremation plots.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll wait to see administration's capture of this. While we're waiting for that, I believe you've spoken to it to a point, but is there anything else you'd like to add as an opening?
No, I'll listen to the wisdom of council, and we're going to have a conversation on this.
Thank you very much. Can you read the motion on the screen and then confirm that that meets your intent?
Full and then also cremation as well.
Okay, so we need to add the word cremation in on that.
Yes.
So as that's being done, I'll look to across the bench for any questions, comments, debate. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly a lot of consideration, it sounds like, went into your motion this evening. Just looking for some clarity on the number of 40% that you indicated to be added back, if there was a reason that 40% was the number that you chose.
Go ahead, Your Worship.
Thank you. 40% was what I figured. I don't think at least half of those will be done in the evening. So I thought we'll just err on the side that there's more done during regular business hours than the evening services. But I do know that there are a few religions that when they do interments, it's usually in the evenings. And I witnessed myself, we had a few interments with friends that chose an evening service because that was the best time of the day for them. And having that changed back as we see that this is actually to be reviewed yearly. So after a year or two, staff can say, you know what, this is good, or maybe we need to add it to increase to 50% or 60%. But I don't know what that is, and neither does staff. So we'll just start at 40% and we'll see where it goes.
Yep, Councillor Plechko.
Yeah, thank you. Not sure where I want to go with this, but I do have a couple of comments. I guess I'm looking for some more clarification on what you're trying to achieve here. This seems to me simply, I'll relate it to a wedding or an event that we're doing. We choose to take the events when we choose to do them at additional costs. It's a cost of doing business, I guess, is a way to think about it. And I'm not quite understanding how we're trying to take the costs and put them back onto everybody for doing something that we all think is important. I think to myself, if I wanted that evening burial because of something that was good, I know that there would be an additional cost for me for that. And I would not expect anybody else in the community to bear that cost for me. I think of our Heritage Pavilion. If you want the top part, it costs X amount of dollars, and if you want the bottom floor, it costs X amount of dollars. I get that there's a lot of emotion when it comes to this, but when I take that out, we're running a business. We're running a cost of services for certain things. And yes, it's a cost of service for a hard topic for all of us. But the bottom reality is our administration has put a lot of thought and time into the process of what this looks like and has tried to make it as fair as they can for everybody based on what they know for knowledge. So by changing and creating something different, I go back to the wisdom of council today, we don't know anything. The cold, hard facts are, we know nothing about this. Our administration has put a lot of time and effort into doing this, and they've come with what they believe. We've heard the CAO say it a few times, that he believes they have put a lot of time, effort, and thought into this. And yet we're sitting here trying to debate what is good and what is bad. Maybe the debate should be, this should be back in front of us in a year's time so that we can actually look at it with some cold, hard facts so that we can make them decisions. I'd hate to come back in a year's time, to be honest with you, and find out that that $5,600 plot needs to be a $10,000 plot. How do you justify what we cut here today to double the costs? Again, we don't know none of that. So unless I hear something really favorable of why we should start to amalgamate costs that can be chosen between everybody. And I get wintertime, we don't have a choice. We're driving to work in the morning and a car hits us, something happens and it's the middle of wintertime. That's a tragic accident. not one that was in our control. But at the same time, we know that it costs more to dig something in the winter than it does the summertime. And we truly don't even know, maybe it's something that we buy a hoe from our own town in a year's time, and we look after being able to do that. In the meantime, we have a contractor that comes in. Do we know what that actual cost is? I don't think so. So for me, I think what I see in front of me is a good start. We've already reduced one, and I don't think that people should have to pay for choices of other things. So unless I hear some really good wisdom from this council, it would be a tough decision to support that.
Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Anyone else? Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would just echo Councillor Pletchko's comments. There is a cost, and there's cost to choices, and I too wouldn't feel that it would be fair to put those costs on everybody. We all have our choices, and sometimes they cost.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Looking across, any other questions, comments, debate? Well, before I turn it back over to Mayor Choi for closing, I'll just add mine. Again, similar to the comments I've already had in line. I asked administration what defines overtime, and we don't have a definition of it yet. We don't even know that this will require to be charged in any way, shape, or form at this point in time. What this motion automatically does is make the costs of every other service more expensive. And so if we do retain a contractor and that contractor charges us the same for a burial at any point in time during the day, during the weekend, during a holiday, anything like that, we would not be required to charge the overtime payment. Whereas if we pass this motion, we would then automatically be increasing the fees for all of those other internments. I think Councillor Pletchko just said we don't know what we don't know, and that is a fact. I don't necessarily disagree in that I'd like to see maybe potentially one cost for an internment, regardless of day, time, etc. But I can't willingly support this motion that is absolutely going to increase costs on many of our burials. I'm not sure whether it would be 10% of the burials would be overtime, whether it would be 50%, whether it be 75%, 0%. And without that, I see more of a potential likelihood of this costing a majority of people more money than actually potentially saving some or balancing some across. So just again, given the information we have in front of us tonight, given the work that's been done by administration, given the debate that we've had, the discussion we've had, I feel what's been put in front of us is very fair, it's very reasonable, and only time will give us the appropriate information to then make any adjustments to it. Again, support the premise, but I won't be able to support the amendment. Mayor Choi to close.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate the commentary from members of council. Just to set the stage, and so it's clear, we're not talking about removing any additional winter charges. I think that was mentioned by a fellow councillor. So that is not the intent of the motion. So I do recognize the fact that it is still there, and yes, we can't choose when it is, but there is additional costs, and that is fine to be there. I've accepted that. However, I think there's 6 members of this council that were around the table when we talked about the cemetery and through the studies, and the reason why we chose to go ahead with it was because Stony Plain, a municipality our size, was the only municipality that did not have a non-denominational cemetery. So think about that. When we add this fee for overtime, especially as if our staff are considered 9 to 5 or 8:30 to 6:30, if we are charging that overtime fee, then we are not as inclusive as we said we are. The reason why I've asked to remove it is then that takes that out, so allows the denominations and the religions that do have evening burials as part of the religion are allowed here with not an increase or a surcharge on those fees. I'm not asking to waive them. I'm asking just to split them up. And these numbers, as mentioned by members of council, was the best guess from our administrative staff based on the studies that we've done. So that's why I've taken it off the overtime fees and just kind of feathered it in to the other fees. And then in a year or two, if it needs to be raised or it needs to be decreased, then they can come back to us. But the premise of Stony Plain building the Stony Plain Municipal Cemetery is to be a non-denominational cemetery where everyone is welcome. Having this one says opposite. So I'll ask members of council to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. With that, call to question. All in favor of the amendment? And opposed? That's defeated. Back to you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. And moving on, any other questions, comments, debate on first reading? Nope, see none. Definitely had some good conversations from members of council, a couple of amendments that were moved in there, and now we've amended the bylaw to uniquely council 2026. So I'll call the question. All in favor of first reading?
Your Worship, quickly before first reading, just given the amendments that we had, I just want to clarify the only amendment that was carried was the 50% for the veterans niches?
Yes, that's correct.
All other amendments failed?
Yes.
Thank you for the clarity. Sorry.
Okay, as amended, call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to Councillor Loyens for second reading. Yes, we'll finish this, then we'll move on. Go ahead. Go ahead. We'll just finish this part.
Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2736/G/26.
Okay, any additional comments, debate on second reading? Call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Councillor Niebergall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Town Council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2736/G/26.
Thank you. If council does all three readings in one sitting, we need unanimous consent from the members of council, so I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Councillor Anderson for third reading, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that town council give third reading to bylaw 2736/G/26.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, debate on the third reading? Okay. Seeing none, on behalf of council and our residents, thank you, administration, for your work in providing the bylaw changes and also the little fees and charges. This has been a long time coming, and I believe there's a lot of anxious residents that are looking to inter the loved ones, so thank you. Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And before we go to 8.5, Councillor Meyer, if I can get you to make a motion to extend past 10 p.m., please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I make a motion that we extend past 10 o'clock.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Okay. And that is carried. Since we've already extended it, so we'll just take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back. All right. Okay, welcome back. Council has come back from recess, and we're continuing on with our agenda, looking at 8.5, which is the Public Works Administration Building Phase 2 debenture bylaw. Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Construction of Phase 1 of the Public Works Admin Building began in 2024 and was completed in 2025. Phase 2 was approved for $3 million as part of the 2026 to 2028 corporate plan and is scheduled to begin construction in the summer of 2026. To complete Phase 2 of the project, debenture borrowing is required. Funding for the project includes $1 million in grant funding from Local Government Fiscal Framework, LGFF, and $2,045,000 of debenture. The debenture of $2,045,000 will increase the total debt held by the town to $50 million. This would mean debt limit available against the internal debt limit would be 23% or $38 million, and against the municipal debt limit, which is the reduction, against the Municipal Government Act limit would be 43% or $20 million available. Debenture bylaws must be approved by council prior to construction commencement, hence the bylaw before council tonight. When compared against the town's current debt limit based on the 2025 audited financial statements and taking into consideration all other debenture bylaws presented to council to date, the bylaw is still within the municipal debt limit available as set out by the MGA as well as the internal debt limit. Administration requests council consideration first reading to bylaw 2740 DEB 26 this evening. Subsequent to approval of first reading, the debenture bylaw will be advertised as per Municipal Government Act requirements. Second and third reading will be brought forth on June 22nd following debenture advertising. And sorry, just before I move on, I just want to reiterate the debt limit. I had my notes backwards. So the debt limit against the Municipal Government Act would be 43% or $39 million. And the internal debt limit available would be 23% or $21 million.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Thank you for that, and we'll move on to members of council for questions for clarity and understanding. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation this evening. For my own clarity, we heard that this includes all debentures to date that we have bylaws for, but I seem to remember we had a conversation recently that we still don't have the second poll for the rec center, which I believe would be a forthcoming bylaw as well, or is that additional 15 million included in the debt limits that have been presented to us this evening? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Anderson. We have not withdrawn the rec center debenture 2, which we have already brought the bylaw, the full bylaw to council and has been approved. However, because it was not drawn, it is not applicable in the total debt that we have drawn so far. However, so the variance in how much is still approved in bylaws for the rec center that haven't been drawn is $16.4 million. And so once that is drawn, we still would be within our internal debt limit and our MGA limit. And those percentages change from what was in the RFD to 25% of the MGA limit and 5% remaining in the internal debt limit.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Yeah, sorry. I've got some percentage. I just want to make sure I heard that right. This is showing the limit that continues to be available. So the numbers would go up to, so once the debenture is drawn, if this one passes, we would be at 66.4 million committed in total debt, and we would have 5% of our internal limit remaining and 25% of the MGA limit. Was that correct?
Thank you. That would be correct if the full rec center debenture was pulled.
Okay. we'll just leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Similar along the lines of Councillor Anderson's comments, I just would like to ask that maybe when this comes forward for second and third reading, if we could have a little bit more of a presentation that shows the public some of our current debt commitments, some of our impending debt commitments, and those type of things. Also, I mean, I think, again, being around this bench, we know what the project is, we know the phasing, we know what's anticipated, but maybe a project overview would be great for the public. So understanding the full project phases, understanding which phases have been completed, what's being proposed in this phase, and then what's being proposed in the future phases and the timing. I don't think it needs to be super in-depth, but just something in a public meeting that can be relatable, so there's a little bit more understanding around that. You know, we have a lot of wants and a lot of needs. This is one of them, and I think it's important that we look at the balance on that. I do have a question through Your Worship to administration. I don't necessarily see it in here. We know there's always varying grants and programs available through both the provincial and the federal government for public infrastructure. I'm just wondering, we are looking at a debenture bylaw, but are there any other funding sources being contemplated, considered, or applied on for this project?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of council. At this time, we continue to monitor grants on a daily basis, and we do not have any active applications for this facility or any grants that we have on our radar that this would qualify for.
Perfect, thank you. And then the local government fiscal framework funding that the town receives, I would presume then is all committed to other projects and unavailable for this?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to council. Through the corporate planning process, the entirety of that grant program was allocated and approved.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate? Or no, not debate. Any questions for clarity and comments? Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just pulling up our 10-year municipal growth capital plan and seeing what's coming up, and there's a couple of things over the next few years. But can we get an indication from administration when some of that debt, I don't know what the right term is, mature, fully paid off? When is some of that monies owed going to come off our municipal debt limit? When is there, when's the next paid in full, if you will?
Okay. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. I don't have the specifics right now to quote. However, if you do look at the corporate plan, I'm just trying to find the page. It does have the debenture projections, and there are some visual charts in there that shows the debt and how much it is. So it'll show it increase as we take more debt and decrease as we. So that would be my reference point. I'm just trying to find the page really quickly here. Oh, thank you. Through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council, on page 51 of the 2026 to 2028 corporate plan, it does show the levels of debt chart as a visual to show when it's increasing and when it's decreasing.
Okay, and if I may, Mr. Mayor, I do see a long-term debt chart on page 79, but it only sort of flushes out to 2028. So I'm going to jump back. Sorry, you said 51?
Through your worship, that's correct, 51.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay, I see none. Thank you for bringing it forward. Definitely, this is just part of the process that we have to do, as this is phase 2 was already approved in our corporate plan. So we will go to Councillor Laurie. Deputy Mayor, you have the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2740/DEB/26, a bylaw to authorize debenture borrowing in the amount of $2,045,000 for the construction of Public Works Administrative Building Phase 2.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Nope. See none, again, thank you. I appreciate it, Deputy Mayor, requesting just a little bit more of a presentation for when it comes back to after the public hearing, definitely so that, you know, we can keep our residents informed of what's happening. Like I mentioned, we talk about this all the time, so we have an idea. But if a resident comes in and says, what's this all about? And so it's actually good to have that refresher, so thank you. Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to 8.6. Okay, so this is 2026 property tax bylaw. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. The exercise of setting annual property tax rate through bylaw authorizes council to impose the tax mill rate in respect to collecting taxation revenue to cover the expenditures of the town set out and approved in the corporate plan. The bylaw outlines what has already been approved by council through corporate plan on December 8th, 2025, as well as any related taxation policies. This year, there were no spring adjustments required. This evening, we are asking council to consider all 3 readings of the taxation bylaw. Tax notices will be prepared and distributed following the approval of the bylaw. In December 2025, council passed the 2026 corporate plan with a requirement of 4.74% or 1.1 million in additional tax revenue. The 4.74% was made up of 1.72% for municipal operations and 3.02% for the community recreation facility. Total municipal tax requisition approved in the corporate plan is 26 million, with 200,000 anticipated to be collected in the fall through supplementary tax. Council's Revenue and Taxation Policy, CFS 066, determines the tax rate split between residential and non-residential to be 0.05 less than the average of the comparative municipalities as defined in the policy. In the 2025 tax year, this average was calculated at 1.515. As defined within the policy, the tax rate split of 1.465 has been applied to the 2026 tax bylaw. Additionally, 2026 taxation year is the first year minimum tax of $30 is in effect and has been applied as per policy. Property assessment reflects the market values of properties as of July 1st, 2025, and physical condition of new developments as of December 31st, 2025. Through the corporate planning process, administration projected a 3% tax revenue growth, meaning new assessment. Actual assessment growth or new assessment across residential and non-residential property classes combined totaled 2.31%. Administration anticipates the resulting variance may be mitigated through supplementary property taxation, as the difference is attributable to the deferred completion of known development projects. As such, there has not been any adjustment to the tax requirement through this bylaw. On average, the town's total combined residential assessment base realized a market inflation of 6.79%, which reflects as fair market value. New assessment or growth equated to 1.77%, which represents on average 136 new homes throughout 2025. Individual notice assessments were distributed in February to all property owners, showing the 2025 assessment value of their property that will be used for 2026 taxes. Although the average inflation for the residential assessment type was 6.79%, each residential property is unique and impacted by market inflation differently. Due to growth, the tax rate split change, and each property's individual inflation, residential properties will see a difference in the municipal tax impact estimated during the corporate plan. The chart shows a decrease in 2026 municipal tax rate. If applied to a residential property experiencing 6.79% inflation in assessment, that property will see an increase of $140.46 in municipal property taxes. For illustrative purposes, applying an average market inflation rate of 6.79% raises the average single-family home assessed value from $400,000 to $427,000. When combined with the 4.74% municipal tax increase, the resulting municipal tax is increased in the amount of $140.46 annually in municipal taxes. As mentioned already, each property is unique and assessments do vary. This example only illustrates one scenario using the averages. Non-residential assessment realized growth of 4.14% and inflation of 6.2%. Non-residential total tax rate has been represented on the screen with a municipal tax increase of 4.74%. For demonstration purposes, inflation of 6.2% was applied on property value of $100,000 to equate to an increase of tax of $76.37 per $100,000 of assessment, now valued at $106,200. All properties are diverse in nature, therefore the comparison is for illustration only. Also included in the tax bylaw is the requisition amount for the provincial education property tax and Meridian Housing Foundation. These requisitions are defined by those parties' annual budgets. The Municipal Government Act requires municipalities to collect these taxes on behalf of these governing bodies. All property owners are required to pay these requisitions to their municipality so the town can remit to the governing bodies. Education property tax rates are established annually by the province of Alberta. This is shown as education property tax, or EPT, on the tax notices. The requisition allocated to each municipality is determined based on provincial equalized assessment for the 2026 tax year, which reflects 2024 property values. Tax rates are then calculated using current assessment values within each municipality. The 2026 provincial budget increase resulted in the town of Stony Plains requisition to increase by $848,453, or 8.94%, compared to the 2025 tax year. The Meridian Housing Foundation is collected by the town of Stony Plain and remitted accordingly. Stony Plain's portion of the Meridian Housing Foundation requisition for their operations has increased 16% to a total of $288,175. In addition, the capital requisition for the Spruce Grove Lodge continues with annual debenture payment of $160,743 for the duration of the 10-year debenture period. Requisitions are reduced or increased annually based on over short from previous taxation years. Municipalities are required to remit the full amount independent of what was collected. The chart on the screen summarizes the impact per $100,000 for each municipal tax, both residential and non-residential. This includes municipal tax, community recreation facility, education property taxes, and Meridian housing requisitions. This chart can be used to estimate the total taxes and requisitions based on assessment notices. Administration recommends Council consider all three readings of the bylaw as presented with the motions before you. Distribution of tax notices will commence after the bylaw is approved, payment deadline being June 30th. This concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, and definitely that was well done. Members of Council, any questions for clear and understanding? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate the presentation. I feel like it was very well laid out this year, and again, contains a lot of really good information. One of the things that I did notice is when we were looking at our list of comparative communities, and that's the same list that we use to bring our residential and non-residential assessment split, we include the city of Fort Saskatchewan. And I'm just curious when we have an opportunity, or when would an opportunity present itself for us to review those list of comparators, because with Fort Saskatchewan having the industrial heartland, they have a very significant industrial non-residential contributor to their municipal finances that would not be comparable to what we have here in the town of Stony Plain, the city of Spruce Grove, Beaumont, Devon, Leduc, St. Albert, Morinville, etc. So I just find them to be a bit of an outlier in the list of comparators and wondering what we can do to review that.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. So the policy was brought before council and approved on April 14th, 2025. However, should council make a motion to bring that forth to review those comparators or anything else within the policy, they may do so.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll take that away and potentially have further discussion on that.
You know, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I'm just getting, it's late. We have a change in our ERP system. We've seen some change to our utility billing. We know that the tax notices are going out. I'm just wondering, will ERP be accessible to residents to view their tax notice, or are we still going to be waiting for that for a little bit?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie and all of council, or Deputy Mayor Laurie. The viewing of assessment notices and utility billing is still being built, that portal with our developer, with the system developer. And so that will not be available at this time, but we're still working actively with them and still looking at within the end of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one really quick question. Certainly echo Councillor Laurie's comments about how this is laid out. Lots of really, really good information in terms of some of the requisitions and so on. And I know we've had some conversation with council and administration about how we effectively communicate to residents where tax dollars are going. And just wondering if we can have an update from administration, Mr. Mayor, on our communication strategy as this is before us this evening.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, through your mayor, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. We've worked closely with communications. I've already received the first draft of a tax insert that will be going out with the tax notices, as well as a whole communication plan regarding social media posts and our website. We have a chart as well that we'll be posting on our website where your taxes go, all of those things that follow the same pattern as the prior year.
Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Nevigal.
Thank you, Worship. I was trying to find a previous Facebook post that I believe came from County of Parkland, and maybe it was about Arrow, but it was just their way of communicating was super clear, and they received a lot of like positive public feedback about the clarity of that information. And so I really appreciate and thank you for the work that went into these visuals in here, especially with the rise in not our taxes. I think it's going to be so important to make sure that that communication is out there, that there are some significant increases that our hands are essentially tied to. And so just making sure that that is super clear to our residents. So if I find it, I will send it to you, but they did receive a lot of public feedback, thanking them for the clarity in their communication. So just made me think that maybe we could strive for the same in communicating this. But thank you for the work that went into this. It was like super clear, very easy to see, much appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just very quickly, the community and recreation facility, how many more years does that, are we tacking that on? Do we have?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Meyer and all of council. I'm just going to make sure 100% before quoting. And so just in the corporate plan, the additional 3% for community recreation facility stage in, the last year that stage is in is 2027. So there would be one more year after this. In 2028, there is no need to add another 3% to service that debenture.
Thank you. Right, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Just a question of clarity. So on page 309 of 334, I know you mentioned that we have not yet seen the updated rates from the other municipalities yet, but looking at this chart, it just shows that 2026 Stony Plain municipal residential taxes are lower than what we charged in 2025. Is that correct?
Thank you, through your worship, to you and all of council. That is correct. So if you reference page 306 of the council package, you will see that the mill rate is going down. And so that is due to growth and inflation. So if you're still using $100,000, the mill rate is going down, which means you multiply the mill rate by $100,000, which means technically our tax rate did go down.
So technically, based on that, our tax rate did go down, but your taxes still went up because your housing went up. So again, it's a fine line to balance, and having this visual is really good, and I look forward to the updated comparisons. Does administration know when they'll have an updated comparison rate for council to view?
Thank you, through your worship. We do monitor when those are being presented to other municipalities' council, and those are occurring all the way through May and some early June. So we will continue to monitor, and we can have that updated and presented back.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, members of council? All right. Councilor Pleshko for first reading.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2739/tax/26, a bylaw to authorize the rates of taxation to be levied against property within the town of Stony Plain for the 2026 taxation year.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, before I call the question, I just want to thank administration for the presentation. That was one of the easiest presentations that I was able to read, and definitely with the visuals and how well defined it was and spread out, it definitely will make our residents appreciate the ease of understanding what the tax rate is. So thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to second reading. Councillor Loynes.
Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2739/tax/26.
Debate? Call the question. All in favor? It's carried. Councillor Niebergall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move the Town Council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2739/tax/26.
Yep. Again, if council does all three readings, there has to be unanimous consent from the members of council, so I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Yeah, it's around to you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2739/tax/26.
Right. Any final comments? No? No show me the money? All right. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And we carried. Thank you. Right, that ends our bylaws for tonight, and that was a lengthy one, so thank you, administration, for providing those packages, and definitely council for taking the time to be fully prepared to debate those bylaws. Moving on to number 9 is business items. We're looking at 9.1 is the Alberta Municipalities Resolution to co-sponsor with the City of Airdrie. Go ahead, administration.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. For your consideration this evening, the City of Airdrie has approached the Town of Stony Plain as well as a number of other mid-sized city partners and seconding municipalities in preparing a resolution for the fall Alberta Municipalities Convention for consideration for support from the membership in relation to an item of advocacy to the Government of Alberta to support funding for critical municipal infrastructure in scenarios where the province is in a surplus budget position. And so they have prepared a draft resolution, which has been attached to the lead sheet. And so the deadline for submission of resolutions is May 31st. And these items will be, as I said, considered in the fall once they have been reviewed and supported by the Board of Directors. And so just happy to answer any questions if council has any, but we'll leave it at that.
Thank you for bringing that forward. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, this sounds a lot like LGFF, but a different way of funding it, a different way of allocating it. Can you explain the difference between this and LGFF?
Okay, go ahead.
The understanding that I have related to this versus LGFF is that LGFF is based on the revenues that the province receives incoming into the budget, whereas this is the surplus scenario that the province would be in at the end of the year. And there is legislation that governs how the province can utilize surpluses at the end of a year. And one of those options is for one-time projects. And so this would be an attempt to seek a portion of that legislated one-time portion to support critical infrastructure projects for municipalities. So that currently doesn't, there isn't currently a scenario where the province specifically will allocate those surplus funds to municipal infrastructure projects. So this is an opportunity to seek that certainty in those years where the province is experiencing a surplus.
Thank you, appreciate it. I'll just add some commentary to it. I think the reality is that the buckets exist all over the place already. The province has a multitude of ways in which they will and won't fund us. I'm not sure what this is going to really accomplish outside of the advocacy that we've already done. I'd much rather see continued advocacy for strengthening of LGFF that would provide a more equitable and fair distribution as well. This puts us into competition. It's very clear here, sorry, I'm just trying to find the line again, where it talks about who would be eligible. Prioritize projects based on demonstrated need and readiness for construction, with funding distributed through transparent application process and in alignment with provincial municipal strategic priorities. This puts us in competition. Every municipality has an infrastructure deficit. Every municipality is struggling with this, and I feel that this resolution just puts us into further competition with our fellow municipalities. I'd rather see us advocate for something to lift all municipalities. Rising tides lift all ships. This doesn't. So I won't support this resolution the way it's written.
Thank you for your comments. Deputy Mayor, any other questions, comments for clarity from members of council? Okay, so I actually had a question there in terms of, in the summary there, so critical municipal infrastructure projects. So does the government, the GOA, decipher what is critical municipal infrastructure projects, or us?
Your Worship, I'm not sure I can answer that question specifically. We didn't, excuse me, the City of Airdrie prepared the resolution based on the wording that they've drafted. I've given you all the information that they've shared with me. I can appreciate there's details within what's being proposed as far as a framework and a prioritization within that. And certainly there would need to be consideration if this were approved as far as the details of that framework and what would be eligible and what the province would consider within that criteria. That would entirely be based on their approval and what would align with their priorities, I'm sure. And we would have to take that into consideration once this was even approved. But certainly those are details that haven't been fleshed out within the resolution itself at this time.
Okay, thank you. Then I have another question in terms of the background, and it says, as per the resolution requirement, the resolution will be seconded by a municipality with a population under 10,000. So we're definitely over 10,000. Okay. So we're co-sponsoring for that. So, yes. So then why is the request for co-sponsor instead of just a single sponsor?
So, Your Worship, my understanding, the intent for this is that based on the requirements for Alberta municipalities' resolutions, they are required to have a seconder from a municipality of a population of 10,000 and under. They are allowed to have co-sponsors in support of the resolution. There's no requirement for that, but it is something that can be provided as part of the resolution.
Go ahead, Councilor Loyens.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question's directed to you, because if I move to page 330, it talks about it's moved by the City of Airdrie plus multiple mid-sized cities. Now, we know we're part of the lovely MCMC, and then it's seconded by multiple mid-sized towns, which is a whole other group, which we didn't qualify for. Do you know, or can you share what MCMC's stance, or has this been provided to MCMC? Because I know they do their own advocation.
Yes, we do our own advocacy, but I don't know which municipalities have been approached to be co-sponsors.
Your Worship, I can offer a couple of comments related to that. The City of Airdrie did indicate that both the Town of Okotoks and Cochrane have provided support for this, will be considering, late in the evening, will be considering supporting the resolution, and they have made the request to all mid-sized city members.
Okay, there you go. Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding? See none, we'll move into Councillor Meyer for the motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approve co-sponsoring the resolution from the City of Airdrie to request Alberta municipalities advocate to the Government of Alberta to create a framework and provide a portion of budget surplus to invest in critical municipal infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, motion's on the floor. Questions for commentary? Questions for debate? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a question for debate, but I do have some thoughts for consideration. Similar to Councillor Laurie, I question the intent here, and I question the timing actually as well. The provincial government in their latest fiscal summary with Budget 2026 has indicated at least through 2028, 2029, they're going to run a significant deficit. And although I appreciate that, I don't know, half the years over the last 25 there was a surplus, we've also seen the current government reduce the provincial income tax component in 2025 by 2%. They're passing on some of the education requisition percentages to municipalities to collect on their behalf, and that's not because they're necessarily increasing ed spending equitably, but just asking municipalities to collect a greater share of that. And so in many of our advocacy sessions, we've talked about timing and we've talked about priorities. You know, although I think it would be great if we had some additional funding for critical infrastructure projects, I'm not convinced that this is our hill to advocate on at this time, and would suggest that based on the provincial numbers that have been provided by the Government of Alberta themselves, that they'd be several years out before this would actually be a reality anyway. And so going into an election year, I think, or I would feel that we would want to look at how we advance Stony Plains priorities. And if the City of Airdrie, if Mid-Size Mayor's Caucus wants to carry the water on this one, happy to allow them to do it. But based on what I've seen, pending the will of council and the wisdom of my colleagues, I'm unlikely to support this evening.
Thank you. And anybody else want to have a conversation? Councilor Meyer?
Well, I don't know how I would add much, kind of echo what I've already heard here. I would only ask, how successful do I think that this would be if we gave it to Alberta Munis to advocate? And so I don't think it would be successful, and I would think that Alberta Munis, as Councillor Laurie mentioned, maybe has some more pressing matters that they could advocate to that we'd have better success on. So I'm not keen to support this either.
Okay, thanks for your comments. And in their summary, okay. Definitely, I have shared this kind of same sentiment that there are already lots of asks from the provincial government. Is this a good use of the advocacy from Alberta municipalities if this passes? I'm not too sure. I think a few of us have been around the block a few times, and we realize how many motions get passed at Alberta municipalities, and not very many actually germinate to actually fruition and actually to fruit, as there's so many. I do believe that we should always ask the government for money. But then the reverse is, if we just ask for a pocket of money during surplus years, then the government says, well, that's fine. Then we want to take more back when we have deficit years. So I think I'd rather just continue with our current advocacy, where we just ask for a better LGFF framework, or just the increase to the current funding models that we have, or better yet, if they just fund us to the actual population growth in our community and inflation, I'd be more than happy with just that. But I will vote in favor of it because it is an ask from a mid-sized city mayor's caucus, and I will just vote in favor of it just to show my support for them. Councillor Meyer, any closing comments?
Oh, closing comments? You make a compelling case for why I should support this, Mayor Choi.
All right, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? All right, it's getting long in the night, so that finishes our business items. So moving on to number 10, which is council discussion. This is the time that council has the ability to bring up issues that they've heard from residents, or anything that needs to be updated from their committees that have happened over the last little while. Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quick question to the General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure. I received a complaint, and I've seen several posts on social media regarding the Eco Center and the missing or not in proper place giant GFL bins, and we are seeing different lawn companies just dropping off bags upon bags of organic. And I'm just curious, one, if we have a plan in place for when the bins are missing, or is there a protocol that GFL is not following?
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes, thank you for the question. We are aware of the excessive use of the bins at this time of year. I was speaking to the manager about it this morning. There is, this is the time of year where we do expect a higher influx of drop-offs for that type of waste. We do expect it to subside over time. There is the type of waste that is collected by the recycle yard doesn't. We don't have anyone actively tracking who's dropping it off. We do have some part-time operators that will be out there to keep the site tidy, answer questions, and support residents when they are around. We did discuss this morning about potentially just increasing some bins and making sure that they're in the location, proper signage, better indicators of how to use the site when there isn't anyone present. So at this time, we're just monitoring it and trying to increase the awareness of what to do on the site, expecting it to subside, because we do see this seasonally from around this time of year.
And I just wanted to thank you, Your Worship, for inviting me to tag along with you to John Paul II School, where we got to be interviewed by the grade 6 class there, on top of all the emails council has received. It was wonderful to hear how they think and what they process, and all of their very interesting questions that they were asking. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Niebegel?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in interest of time, I will be succinct. I have attended a number of events with colleagues, but I actually wanted to say thank you this evening for the tremendous amount of work that has gone into this. But I think that this is the most divided that we have been on things since I have sat at this table with you guys. So I appreciate the differing perspectives and emotions and things that come around here. And I also spoke with the grade sixes, and they wanted to know what happens when we disagree on things, and how I had to explain to them that that's actually how healthy we are, and we need to disagree and push each other on things. So I just appreciate tonight that there was some divided thoughts, and that we were all able to share them and respectfully hear them and move forward.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to Councillor Justin Laurie. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, I was going to say, there's a title there, sir. Oh, thank you very much. Just a couple of things. First and foremost, I believe the Census 2026 cards have started arriving in people's mailboxes. I've heard some very interesting comments about those. Did it online. It takes all of about 5 minutes if you get the short form one. So again, encouraging residents that those numbers truly impact our community, and it's a great opportunity for us to understand where we sit in a population-wise and the demographics and the trends in our community, and that helps us with a lot of applications to programs. It helps us with decision-making and so on and so forth. So I do strongly encourage residents to complete that so that it does a good service to our community, and we can get some of our tax dollars that we pay to the federal and provincial government back into our community as quickly as possible. Just want to recognize as well that next door this evening, they're facing a very difficult decision in regards to the integrated service of their first response for fire and ambulance with the changes to the EHS model and the contracts proposed. Obviously, there is potentially some tertiary impact to our community based on what decisions get made over there and the transition or lack of transition that may happen. Just wondering, given that we do have an AHS facility right here in our EHS, so they changed all their titles and what have you, so I can't even keep up with that anymore. Just, obviously looking for some information in the future about what the impacts, especially based on what decision is made and how that may impact our community. Don't expect any answers tonight. The only other thing that I did want to recognize was there was a comment made earlier this evening in regards to the charging of fees and the equation to respect. And I vehemently disagree with that comment. I think it was offhand, and I think it was disrespectful to the other members of council. I don't believe that a decision in relation to fee in any way, shape, or form reflects the respect that any member of this council has for any member of our community. So I would appreciate if those comments weren't weaponized in this chamber. Thank you.
Councillor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just a few things this evening. Last time I referenced the golf course road by the school, and I'm just wondering, I had a chance to actually go sit there the other day, and the amount of dust that comes off that road is astronomical with the kids lunchtime, and they're about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm wondering if there's a chance that we can actually put some dust control or do something to mitigate a little bit of that because of what's going on, or if there's been further discussion, as you had mentioned earlier, as to what might be happening out on that road.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko and all the council. Yes, I've been talking with our operations team. So we have been in touch with a few residents out there who have mentioned the dust control issues as well as the parking. So we are trying to address both issues, both the parking and the dust control. They require separate things. I was speaking to one of the residents late last week, and did hear their concerns and passed that off to our operations team. The same team that would be looking after dust control is also doing all the street sweeping and the pothole filling, and so they are trying to do a couple of things. One is try and do some temporary measures that would be including the use of the water truck whenever possible, when resources allow. That's a one-time daily measure. They are looking into trying to accelerate anything that they can to try and address that location sooner. We don't have a schedule yet, as like I said, they're trying to fit this particular issue out in between our operations that we're currently trying to catch up on with the late spring. But our teams are aware and are trying to get something together for them.
Thank you for that. Just to mention, you mentioned census. Short form, we got the long form.
Sucker.
And it takes just about an hour to do. And they want to know everything about you and anything about you. So I think it's passed. If you haven't filled it out now, you're in a bit of trouble too as well. There was a fine that'll go with it if they decide to
No
implement
fun, they
it.
just
So.
come knock on your door now.
The other thing would be 628 speed. It's that time of the year where we're seeing several burnouts out on that road, and this starts for anywhere from about 6 o'clock in the morning till about 11 o'clock at night. So I'm just, some of the residents out in that neck of the wood have actually mentioned that maybe we could do something with speed out on that neck of the woods. And then I had the opportunity this past week to attend a function at the Putting Horse Ranch that is now taking in sky dancers as well. So they have a large presence, or will have a large presence out there. There's an outdoor amphitheater that they've started to build out there, which is pretty funky. And then there'll be a lot of indigenous learnings that'll go on. The teepees will be set up and a number of things. So if you get a chance over the next little while, stop in at the Putting Horse Ranch. They've got some pretty funky things going on there, and it's a great rental facility. So that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Just a question for administration. Do we have any municipal land over by the high school where we can charge the kids $15 to park there per day? Just trying to think of different ways to generate revenue here. Just kidding. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I would just echo Councillor Plechko's dust comments. It's a dry spring already, snow's gone, and I know that's not going to get any better throughout the rest of the summer. But I would also just like to mention an opportunity to take in the Emergency Preparedness Day. That was a great set of collection of individuals there. I'm not sure if anybody else noticed, but somehow Spruce Grove got into our community with their fire truck. Our fire department apparently invited them. I don't know how that happened. I'm kidding. Anyhow, not funny. It is late. Okay, but seriously, one thing I did notice on my travels about town this week, and I'm not sure if administration is aware, the northeast corner, the bulb out at 50th Ave and 50th Street, sizable chunk of concrete missing from our bulb out. It's so significant. I think maybe somebody either took a hammer to it or must have hit it or something, but it's, you guys might want to take a look at that. And then also just for all council, got to miss last week's meeting, went down to Calgary for the Alberta Communities Crime Prevention Association conference. Interesting stuff there. It had kind of two veins, one human trafficking and one restorative justice. I did take in the human trafficking one. Interesting to note, the Yellowhead, major transportation hub for that. That goes right past Stony Plain and up Highway 43 to Grand Prairie. Is also a major hub in the human trafficking network. And just a little sense of awareness. People usually have the idea that human trafficking is somebody from somewhere else gets moved far to another locale. Actually, that's not the case so much. It's more local people getting trafficked locally. So it does happen in our communities. They take advantage of smaller towns where people assume that kind of thing doesn't happen. So anyhow, I will be submitting a report for all of council and to our police committee on my what I took in there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing, and definitely looking forward to that report. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick note, I think as we got together this evening just prior to our council meeting. The Parkland Food Bank Society put out social media post indicating that Sherry Ratsoy, their executive director, was named the Food Bank's Alberta Food Banker of the Year for 2026. And so just congratulations to her and her team of volunteers for all the work that they do to ensure food security in our region.
And thank you for that, and definitely the next time we see her, make sure we congratulate her. She has done a wonderful job in guiding the Parkland Food Bank. All right. Great, comes to me. I think everything has been said, so excellent job, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely appreciated the conversation amongst council, and especially on the bylaws. As you heard from members of council, that creates a healthy council. If we're all the same, definitely it's not very conducive to actually providing the best for residents, and having that passion and everybody bringing in their thoughts and experiences to the council table allows us the ability to create the best bylaws that we can for our community. So thank you for that. Moving on, number 11, there's no closed meeting unless a member of council wants to have one. Didn't think so. And that, moving to number 12, which is adjournment. So thank you very much. Thank you, administration. It was a heavy load and there was a lot of paperwork involved. Thank you for the presentations. Okay, we are adjourned.